Good morning. Are we saying good morning to the people?
Oh, are we? Are we
Ooh,
live
you're
right now? I'm very loud.
Very loud. Always Chad Edwards. so loud.
I must talk.
Goodness.
I must talk larger than Daniel does.
Yes,
louder,
agreed,
larger,
agreed.
louder. My gosh.
Larger. Yes, I appreciate that. Well, welcome everyone to our third day of live coverage here at the APP SUNMED Mesa Open. Lauren McLaughlin with Chad Edwards here courtside for our men's and women's doubles day. We have had a bit of light rain come through the area, so we have quite the crowd here on center court here this morning, as we have luckily a covered court here at Legacy Bellbank Park. So here for our head pickleball pregame show, we're about to kick off into our first men's semifinal match of the day. We have Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold teaming up to face J.W. Johnson and Deckel Barr. Looking back at their routes here into the semis, Johnson and Barr were with the number one seed, had a bye their first round, then taking out Danny Jensen and Adam Mitzel before facing Johnson and Fratt, and then fighting off Austin Gridley and Todd Fott in their quarterfinal matchup to get here to the semis, while Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold, the number 4 seed here today, took out Nick Pedersen and Brian Ashworth, then dispensed of Aaron D'Onofrio and Mu Venkatesan, before finally Federico Staxrud and Chuck Taylor in their quarterfinal matchup. So now Arnold and Hewitt on the near end, Deckel Barr and J.W. Johnson on the far end here for game number 1.
Good spot there from Barr, going behind Hewitt, not able to catch up to it with the forehand. Look for Barr's doing a pretty good job playing on the right side these days.
And we've noted several times, when Johnson and Barr first teamed up, it was a little rough, a little rocky at the start. They both kind of figuring out which side suited them more, figuring out their roles together. But once kind of they settled on mostly J.W. Johnson on that left side, you are seeing them switch it up here.
Of course, because we're talking
I
about
know,
it.
exactly.
So
Way to, guys, come on. Making us look like idiots. I love, of course, Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold teaming up. Seeing them play against each other is always usually a fiery match. Very emotional, vocal players. So them together is just a powder keg waiting to explode in a good or bad way. We'll find out.
Yeah, and I think it's a good strategy for them to go in, be aggressive. They both play really, really well when they're high intensity, striking those balls.
Just missed that. It's nice because we're sitting literally on the baseline.
We actually have a really good view this week. Bird's eye view even.
Massive Deckel Barr serve, of course. Hewitt trying to get back up there, but again, just keeping the ball in play. And Barr with the error.
Couple of reach-in errors there from Barr, just not quite getting underneath the ball enough. He does like to have that backhand and forehand flick.
Not going to quite. Oh! Ref took one off the shoulder. So Julian Arnold, 31 years old, out of Austin, Texas now, and Rafa Hewitt, 28, now in Auburn, Alabama. Both of them had very successful runs at the Alabama tournament not too long ago.
pretty sure that ball was going out. That was a good spot for Hewitt to speed up right there. Johnson catching it just a little late, and it stayed up, but Arnold couldn't get out of the way.
A little short from the 20-year-old J.W. Johnson of Boynton Beach, Florida. Very recently turned 20-year-old. And his partner Deckelbar, 29, in Dripping Springs, Texas, just outside of Austin.
Yeah, good spot from Bar. Arnold tried to clear himself. You saw him sliding to his left, but Bar still going into that right hip, jamming up Arnold. And a free point right there with the missed return.
Oh, my goodness.
Very good move there by Hewitt. Getting up to that kitchen line, off of the good drive. Two good drives back-to-back right there.
Julian telling Hewitt he loves it. Didn't work out, but going to see probably a lot of that from Hewitt and Arnold. They both kind of love to poach and get aggressive. All tied up at fours here in this first game of our semifinal.
Yeah, good hands from Barr. Recognizing the second speed up there from Hewitt. Didn't try to do much with it, just got out in front, pushed it back down to the feet.
Yeah, really uses that height to his advantage on the serve, obviously, but when he's up at the net, he can get down on those balls very easily.
I'm going to leave that one right there.
Us commentating together is just a series of looks that we give each other where we're like, was that appropriate? Was that not? Did that sound weird? Oh. Julian Arnold playing with that brand new Volair paddle.
I have seen a lot of balls the last couple of days not come up, especially off of the serve. They're kind of, they're sliding on the court a little bit more. So we've seen a lot more missed returns.
A lot.
Just wide.
I'm not sure if you noticed yesterday on court 2, Chad, but Dan and I certainly on this one have noticed an unusual amount of missed serves and returns.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually Simone joined me in the booth a little bit yesterday, and we discussed it. So there's a little bit thinner here because it's drier. It's cooler,
a little cooler. Yep.
So the Dura is playing much harder, much firmer.
Wow, great hands from Hewitt. Oh my gosh, what a rally. Wow. All four guys getting a piece of that, but the hands from Arnold and Hewitt.
There's that good reach in from Johnson. Does that backhand flick so well. Reaches in, makes it look like he's just going to bump it back over, and it's a quick flick up into the body.
Oh, just a miscommunication there in the middle. Sort of the one tricky part about having those two forehands in the middle with Hewitt being a lefty. Both those guys very aggressive players, so expecting the other to perhaps go for it.
Yeah, another good spot there from Johnson. I guess the noise in here is distracting Julian Arnold just a little bit.
I mean, it is raining right now, as I realize, because I was sort of thinking it was a little loud as well, but it's raining right now, so
raining.
off of the cover, there's the rain noise, similar to, whatever, and there's obviously a lot of a crowd. I mean, you can't have it both ways. You want some people,
Apparently
you want nothing.
My voice carries a lot.
It's you.
I got
He's
asked 3 times yesterday to talk.
I have told you, Chad, that you
quieter.
are very loud. That's hilarious. I love it. But Arnold, obviously very frustrated. I don't know, would he be more frustrated not playing and having to sit during a rain delay?
Oh, I think for sure. It's just, you get into a nice shot there by Hewitt. Good flick. You get into that, hey, I've just given away a couple of points. I need something to blame other than myself. Not that he was potentially doing that, but, you just throw out some
He would never. I mean, and we should note it is the chilliest that it has been here today. The breeze a little bit more than it has been in the past. Obviously a little rainy, but you can see everyone kind of still layered up for the most part. Wow. Great hands, good anticipation of it coming back and being able to work that angle.
Oh, it's over.
Watch her out.
Oh, another phenomenal rally there all around. I mean, these are fantastic. That time Arnold and Hewitt do not come out on top of it after Deckel gets a bit too high of a shot there and able to get a good angle on it. Yeah, that ball was pretty close to the net as Hewitt goes for that possible Ernie. Just didn't quite have that. Again, just such quick hands, and at that height, he just is able to push the ball down. Hewitt trying to already console Arnold, shake him out of the clear frustration he's feeling, but game one going to J.W. Johnson and Dethel Bar. We're back into the action here in a chilly Mesa, Arizona, right after this.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2 here in our first semifinal matchup on our men's pro doubles side. Lauren McLaughlin and Chad Edwards here at courtside as Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold take on Deckel Barr and J.W. Johnson.
Trouble. Yeah, I'd like to see Arnold and Hewitt come out a little more aggressive here in Game 2. They were aggressive in spurts in Game 1, but didn't really go with it. And when they were aggressive, they weren't always expecting that ball to come back.
Yep.
I think if Julian with his comments, I think if they allow Johnson and Barr to dictate the pace of play, then we're going to see a similar Game 2 here. Arnold trying to do just a little too much with that backhand cut volley.
Great recovery from Hewitt after the poach. Don't like that speed up from Arnold. I'd like to see them try and get into a little bit of dinking and really just wait for their moment to attack.
All right, that's Arnold's bread and butter speed up right there, but he didn't sell it like he normally does.
That was a nice cut there.
But even right there,
not put that away.
But that's what I said. Even right there, JW's ball just floats, and he's like, most people are like,
yeah, exactly.
I'm in trouble.
Like,
he's like,
scramble.
all right, bring it. I'm just going to counter
Yeah, he just stays there and flicks it right back. Ref just making sure he's got everything set. Hewitt and Arnold trying to fire each other up.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was looking at JW's face.
Oh.
When it came out as 0-0-2.
He does have some great faces. Good leave.
That one just never came down.
Nope.
Arnold kind of, it was a half crash. He wanted to go harder, then he's like, I won't.
Yeah, that's just tough. Wow.
Nice little roll. Yeah, we see Barr just drop the paddle head way down on that one. Very tip of it pointing down to the ground. Brushes up the back to get that roll.
There has definitely been on this court some issues sort of with the sun at different times of the day, some shadows, some glare. Not a whole lot of that going on now, but different backdrops for sure.
Being overcast helps in that essence. Barr standing a little tall there. I ended up with a terrible migraine last night from being out there on court 2 with how much sun and glare there was. So it's definitely tough conditions. Better move there from Arnold. That's what he needs to get fired up with.
Hewitt saying a little prayer of thanks after that as well.
And same guy.
I mean, he needs some shots, though, like that last one, that are going to fire him up. Yeah, they need that. He needs to get going for sure, because Arnold has felt, clearly frustrated in this match. He's not playing.
Just a little wide, pulled it across the body. Bar was sitting all over that.
I mean, that was ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, one thing, Johnson's had his couple of flicks and shots here, but Bar has definitely been the one that is reaching in, taking those balls, putting good swings on it, using his legs well. Usually when he gets into trouble, we see him standing up. I think our court mics just went out.
It is very possible. Oh, they're back.
See that one there, he's standing up taller. The elbows come back into the body, he gets jammed up.
Yeah, I just can't help but think watching this, I mean, I think Hewitt and Arnold, they just need to try and get into some longer rallies. They need to slow it down a little, try and just dink and wait for their moment. Just kind of not really settled yet. That's what they need to wait for. They need to elongate these a little bit. They're not, when a rally isn't long enough, they're not giving, enough space for perhaps Johnson and Barr to make an error.
Good power on both Johnson and Barr's shots right there. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of ball movement. You're not creating any holes. You're not putting any pressure on with getting balls behind.
Yeah, Arnold just late getting up there. Thing is, they know when he's going to speed it up, because they know if they've left it up a little too high.
Well, you could also watch Hewitt and Arnold in that one. They were really, really tentative with their dinks. They weren't trying to leave any ball up. Barr missing that only attempt. Just deep. But yeah, it was kind of like they were patty cake dinks. And then something sits up a little bit, and JW's just going to reach in and flick it right into you.
It seems like, we mentioned they came out extremely confident in game one, had a couple really nice rallies, some good results, and it's almost, they've been knocked out of that rhythm. And like you said, they're a little hesitant to be going for stuff. They're not playing very confidently.
Yeah, both Hewitt and Arnold definitely frustrated with their play right now. Big serve by Barr.
Hewitt obviously making a motion that he thinks that serve is illegal. Would be the first to make
I was
that
gonna say,
observation.
I think at some point in every match when everybody plays against Bar, they make that motion that, hey, he was above the ball.
I mean, ultimately, that, that's just a tiny piece of the puzzle right now that's not going the way of Arnold and Hewitt.
Ooh, Bar was all over that one. Just got a little big.
And I mean, they're feeling very confident. They're up 10-4 here, have themselves a match point, so we'll maybe see a little bit more shots like that. Oh,
Body shots. JW's just like,
like what else?
just out right there on the Arnold drive. Quite getting enough top spin on it.
Into the crowd
Hey,
there,
Shay.
off the angle.
What time are our medal matches starting on Sunday? Are we doing the 10 o'clock start time like we typically do, or what was the decision?
I imagine that
match
is
point right there.
probably going to be the case, but we'll, of course, keep you guys updated on that start time. So J.W. Johnson and Deckel Bar coming out ahead. They will move to our winner bracket final. Tough one there for Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt. But they're still alive, still going to fight another match. I believe we have our women's semifinal coming up. They got interrupted by the rain, so we're going to finish out that semifinal match coming up next. We head to the Franklin studio, though, and back into the action here in Mesa right after this. Welcome back, everyone. We are actually going to be kicking off into Game 3 here in this women's semifinal matchup. We have Andrea Koop and Lauren Stratman taking on Etta Wright and Susanna Barr. They have split games 1 and 2, so luckily, usually a rain delay, if it happens in the middle of a game and you kind of break any momentum that either team had, that can be tough to come back into it, but a little bit easier here for our players as they're starting at the very beginning of this third game. Again, they don't have any other games to fall back on, though, so they will have to sort of give it all they have. A bit of a sort of 1 game to 15 or 11 situation. But we will see how this goes. We have Andrea Koop and Lauren Stratman on the far end. Susanna Barr and Etta Wright on the near end. They'll switch ends at 6. Just getting an update on the scores of those first and second games.
How'd you know I was going to ask you that?
Oh, because we're always just in each other's heads, Chad. Love it. Good teamwork.
I will say I was pretty impressed with Etta Wright's play yesterday. She was playing with Todd Fort, and Fort was kind of the setup guy in that one, and Etta Wright was just ripping balls.
Yeah, they had a really good run yesterday. Ooh, Barr has the put away and comes underneath it instead of on top of it, unfortunately. But Barr and Wright coming through Kim Layton and Casey Rogers in their first round matchup, then defeating Pooler and Titchnor, but that was by withdrawal. Oh, good anticipation from Stratman as that was going into that corner, but just overdoes it a little bit. Koop and Stratman, the number 1 seed here, taking out Julie Kai and Andrea Olson in their first round, then Sarah Burr and Sierra Gayton Leach to get here to our semis. The winner of this match will face Simone Jajim and Georgia Johnson in the winner bracket final, as they have already come out on top of the Brasha sisters in their semifinal on the other side of the draw.
Good spot there from Wright on the put away. Angled one to pull Stratman to her right a little bit to open up that middle.
Etta Wright, 30 years old, out of American Fork, Utah. Susanna Barr, 44, out of Boise, Idaho. Ooh, yep.
She had some hesitation there. She was going to speed it up and then I'll try to slow it down, and did neither of them, dumping that one into the net.
Lauren Stratman, 28 years old, out of Seymour, Tennessee. And Andrea Koop, 31, out of Grand Haven, Michigan.
Oh, good move by Wright, moving to a left to clear herself, able to get on top of that forehand.
Yeah, she almost sort of fell to the left to get out of the way of that, put a good paddle on it. Have gotten to see her play just a handful of times this year, but certainly she is making waves. Got to start to make a move. Here they come.
Good ball movement
Wow.
there from Wright and Barr.
Phenomenal rally there. Stratman doing some phenomenal defense there in the middle of that rally just to keep them in it.
Barr trying to go at Coop right there, but standing up a little tall. Came on top of that ball, didn't get the roll that she needed.
Yeah, don't mind that poach there from Wright. That ball was just a little low, didn't quite come at the pace she needed it to. She perhaps committed to that just a hair too late.
Good job from Stratman.
The resetting ability on the ladies' side is just, I mean, it's better than the men. I'll just say
Oh,
it.
yeah.
I'll just say
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's, I mean, they're just,
Well, and
and they're all so good at it.
that's one of the big areas for women's pickleball, especially, is focusing on the defense as more powers come into the game. Oh, good spot, good reach in from Stratman. And you have to think too, with women's pickleball, is you are getting attacked in everything that you're playing, because you're getting attacked in women's doubles and you're getting attacked in mixed doubles by the men. Yeah, that one's sitting up just too high from Barr. Coop not going to let that one go unpunished. Stratman gives a little smile as she hits that one about 5 feet deep.
Again, she's got a lot of power in her game, so in the cooler conditions, she's got to make sure that that kind of stays focused.
Now Barr's visibly frustrated right now. Went to go a little too big with that forehand. Need to get back to consistency rather than trying to go harder.
Yeah, Coop just about a foot behind that kitchen line, kind of put her just a little out of position. But you can see from the scores in games 1 and 2, Barr and Wright taking that first one 11-9, but then Stratman and Coop 11-8. So both very close games.
Stratman read that speed up from Wright very well. Sitting on that backhand side, waiting for the flick through the middle.
The way on the ladies' side, it sort of evolved. You know, we've been around the last few years to see the sort of evolvement of the game. And the way they stand back off the line now and have kind of, that's become the norm on the ladies' side, is to give them that extra
Just a
time and space.
a fraction of anticipation time, but it also allows them to be more aggressive. And it was the waters that started that trend, because they still do play with a lot of power, but when they first came in, they were just ripping balls from everywhere on the court, and it was typically that a foot, 2 feet behind the kitchen line that they could step in if they needed to, or they were sitting there giving time to get that bigger swing.
We will switch ends at 6 in this third game. tough.
Right, was just a little too early on that. She was trying to take that before the ball started dropping. She got overextended, and the only thing she had left was to flick her wrist at it. Flicked it straight down into the net.
Again, Wright doing such a great job backing up. She knew it was getting sped up, resets it, gets right back into it, and then lets that next one sail. A little miscommunication there between Coop and Stratman about who was taking that shot.
I don't know why, but I feel like I ate a handful of dirt from the parking lot. I don't know if it was the wind or what, but I just taste like Arizona desert in my mouth right now.
Definitely sounds like a you problem, Chad.
Good reach in there for the put away.
I don't know what you do in your
I think it was the wind that we were sitting up here now that we're blocked in, but I
it's true.
literally
There's just a lot of.
I taste dirt.
Yeah. All right.
Good spot.
Great spot.
Yeah, that right hip to right armpit for the right hander is a very tough spot to get to if that elbow's already come behind the body. Right, picking that spot perfectly, jamming up Jansen right there on the right hip.
I'm sorry, who?
Oh my, Stratman. What the heck? For some reason I'm reading PPA right here.
Oh yeah.
So for some, I don't know, Jansen.
David's
Stratman.
kind of. Well, they did used to play together all the time, so there you go. I had just a little miss hit there off Stratman's paddle. Could hear that.
It was just a mid-pace little roll there from Bar, and sometimes with the slower pace and the spin causes you to have to do a little bit more with it.
Great defense again from Stratman. Oh, yeah, she just kind of let that get on her too much instead of taking that one out of the air. And it is all tied up here at 5, so the lead that Coop and Stratman had gone after some adjustments from Wright and Barr. It looks like it's going to be another close game.
Just didn't quite use the legs right there for Etta Wright. Ball just rolled off the paddle down into the net.
Saw a lot of lobs yesterday. First one today, though. Going to go long.
Right spot. Coop was staying out wide to hit that two-hand backhand rolled dink. Sorry, I'm not trying to pull your head off by stepping on your cable, but just a little too much power on that flick from Wright.
I was a little surprised Coop didn't get a little bit more aggressive on that previous shot. She kind of stayed back and let it bounce. I thought she could have easily taken a couple steps and taken that out of the air. Ooh, great angle there from Barr.
And the big thing she did there was she slid to her right and got off the court a little bit so she could hit that angle rather than staying planted and trying to swing across the body.
5-1.
Well, the courts are definitely soaked on the outside.
It's still raining. I can
Yes.
see it.
That serve missing just deep.
My weather app is clearly trash. Wasn't supposed to rain until like 1 or 2. All right, so it is Wright and Barr that get themselves to 6, triggered the end change here in this third game of this semifinal matchup. As I mentioned, Simone Jajim and Georgia Johnson already in the winner bracket final, winning their semi over Maggie and Mary Brasha. I believe coming up next, we will have our other men's semifinal match. As I take a look here, we will, oh, excuse me, no, we're going to have the conclusion of what I know was already started on another court. It's going to be a quarterfinal matchup between Rob Nunnery and Rob Cassidy, taking on Stefan Auvergne and Zane Navertil. That game was going on, clearly got interrupted by the rain, so we're going to finish that one up.
Am I reading that score correct? 11-1, 10-12, 11-1. That is very somewhat of
that is
a
very
lopsided.
odd. Something happened in that second game. We're speaking of the Auvergne Navertil versus McMakin Lohani matchup previously. That is a very unusual score. That's pickleball for you, though. So it looks like Hayden Patriquin and Pablo Tellez taking out DJ Young and Dylan Frazier in their quarterfinal. So they are in the semis, and they'll face the winner of that match that I just mentioned. We're going to finish up with next. Porter.
Yeah, good spot there from Barr.
Stratman and Coop have played together several times in tournament play. I think pretty successfully each time, if my memory serves me correctly. And I believe Barr and Wright played together in Atlanta. That I'm not quite as positive about.
Oh, nice dig. Oh, good finish from Wright. So after it looking like Coop and Stratman had the upper hand in that one, the defense, again, like you were talking about before, the defense brought them back into it and switched the momentum of that point. Better spot there from Stratman. Just a little roll. With some top spin down to the feet of Barr. She wasn't able to pick it up.
7-5-2.
Oh, good effort from Barr. Just couldn't quite sneak it over the tape.
Never want to give away free points.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many freebies in this third game. Not exactly sure if there were any in those first two, of course, so we didn't get to see those. Good
pressure from Barr. Started with Just a little top spin roll, and then kept adding some pace to it till that ball got popped up high enough.
6, 7, 2.
I love the aggression there from Stratman. Just fortunately clips that tape. Otherwise, that's probably a winner.
Yeah, there's a slight hesitation from her there as far as coming forward. Stratman disappointed in that finish. I think she missed a very easy ball. Backswing got a little too long.
I would think maybe a timeout coming if Wright and Barr put another point on the board.
All right,
Great
all
gets.
over the court.
Oh,
no,
boy.
Ooh.
No, that was... I mean, look at that. Look at the defense and then right back into it. It's just ridiculous.
Oh,
Nope.
she tried to disguise it, but that is very, very
Wow.
tough to control on a flick lob.
Correct. 8, 6, 2.
Oh, no.
Oh, I mean,
It was
Andrea Coop's scream
it was the
said
right.
it all.
Well, I think she had
Yeah,
a
might
left
have-
foot on the kitchen there
Yeah.
anyway.
But again, I think that happens too because that ball was so close to the net. She was hoping, you know, she'd have a better shot at it. But that's the tough thing about the Ernie. It's anticipation of the ball being in that strike zone to be able to go around the kitchen and take that. But if it's not in that spot, then you're caught.
And it doesn't
Either
have
you
enough
miss it and
pace
you're-
on it like that one did.
So it's just kind of, you have to commit to it one way or the other. You can't sort of in between it because then you're in the kitchen. So that one, unfortunately, just really close to the net. And Coop was hoping it was a little bit more, but the bet did not pay off for her. So a timeout as Barr and Wright 2 points away from taking this semifinal match to head to the winner bracket final.
Receiving team, 1 timeout remaining. Serving team, 2 timeouts available.
And again, are you seeing much, if any, strategy change that needs to be adjusted at all, or simply just some execution?
I think it's just execution and consistency. It's what it's been for this whole game, and I would say it was kind of how it was for the first 2 games as well. Those types of misses we've seen from Stratman a few times in this game. She's getting the right balls to speed up, but she's trying to do too much with it. So she's going larger backswing, and that creates that flatter ball that sails deep. Similar there from Wright. Excellent job from Etta Wright there, starting the firefight. Stratman completely off balance after that first speed up.
Great pickup. Just wow, that one-handed backhand just kind of smack with that insane angle.
Big angle. So another match point here for Barr and Wright. We'll go to match point number 3.
huge hold. Coop and Stratman still alive here.
Tight much. Oh, big forehand from Etta Wright.
That's good. Interesting choice from right there.
Oh, just wide.
Wow. Oh, I mean, that was almost a collision slash no one's going to get it, and then right on top of that tape. Again, the angles from right have just been spot on here. All right, another opportunity to close out this match. Tough, but another extremely close game here, as this whole match was. But it is Susanna Barr and Etta Wright who head to our winner bracket final to face Georgina and Johnson. And we will have, as I mentioned, the conclusion of that men's quarterfinal matchup coming up. Stefan Auvergne and Zane Navratil take on Rob Cassidy and Rob Nunnery. We'll see where that match was at when it got stalled by the rain. We're back into the action right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Laura McLaughlin here with Susanna Barr and Etta Wright as they are heading to our winner bracket final on the ladies' side. We unfortunately did not get to see games 1 and 2 because of the rain delay, but very close games, as was that third one. Having a rain delay, always a little tough, kind of breaks the momentum. What did you guys discuss? How did you stay warm and fresh, knowing you only have now that one game coming back in from the delay?
Right, I mean, there's not a lot of room to move around, but we just tried to keep warm, put on some music, and just stay in the match.
You guys have played together before. You got a bronze medal a little bit earlier in the year in Atlanta. So how kind of do you guys strategize? What's the best way that you two partner together?
Honestly, it's just bringing the energy and just figuring out like who we're playing. I mean, every round is tough, and so we know that we have to start strong and end strong.
You have a tough match in that winter bracket final against Simone Georgiem and Georgia Johnson. What are you guys going to discuss in terms of how you're going to face them?
Well, I guess we haven't even thought about it yet. We were just trying to get through that match because Andrea and Lauren are obviously an incredibly tough team. But we'll probably change our strategy just a little bit.
Well, no secrets given away yet. So congratulations to you two. We'll see them in the winter bracket final. And as I mentioned, we have the conclusion of a men's quarterfinal match coming up. Rob Nunnery and Rob Cassidy. That's Nunnery right there blocking my shot. I love it. Stefan Auvergne and Zane Navratil are who they're taking on. So we're back into the action right after this. Welcome back, everyone. As I mentioned, we are breaking back into this men's quarterfinal matchup between Rob Cassidy and Rob Nunnery, who are taking on Zane Navratil and Stefan Auvergne. Auvergne and Navratil, we mentioned that kind of funky score in their previous match against Kyle McMakin and Anik Lohani, 11-1, 10-12, 11-1. So something happened in that second game. Perhaps that end was maybe weird wherever they were. But Nunnery and Cassidy taking down Enright and Kravchuk in their previous match, 11-5, 11-2. And I'm sure our production team got the scores here of where we're coming back into this matchup. John Friesner is our USA Pickleball Certified referee here as the rain's still coming down pretty heavily here in Mesa, Arizona.
And it's gotten even colder.
Yeah, if it was possible to get colder, it has. So that's a good time had by all. I literally cannot feel my fingers, so I just...
It is 50,
everyone feel bad for me.
50 degrees right now.
It's too cold for Arizona. I mean, I know it's December, but my goodness gracious. Zane Navratil, 27 years old, in Austin, Texas now, after moving this summer from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Stefan Auvergne, also in Austin, Texas. Sure, they got a lot of time to practice.
Yeah.
Auvergne, 33 years old. And Rob Cassidy, originally from Rochester, New York, was in Southern Florida, but him and Michelle Esquivel making the move to Southern California now. Back to where Michelle is from. And Rob Nunnery in Hawaii for the time being, so a little jealous of that.
So it's supposed to rain for the next 4 hours straight.
Amazing news. So it looks like we are still in game one here of this quarterfinal matchup. Auvergne and Navratil up 9-7. And I definitely see a Heishe shirt sighting on Nunnery.
Oh, he is. I didn't even notice it.
I may or may not be wearing that shirt under all my layers as well.
Mine is layer number 5.
Oh,
of 6.
excellent. All right, so we all have it on somewhere. All right, game point here for Auvergne and Navratil. I believe their first time playing together in a tournament. Two lefties, of course, Auvergne and Cassidy, both lefties. So we're going to see them on the right side. Wow. Great job there from Cassidy. Staying in that. Cassidy, very well known for sort of being a little chaotic on court.
Well,
diving, rolling around.
I was going to ask you what the over-under is on him diving on the court. Or at
He
least
hasn't-
putting a part of his body down at some point. And
Oh,
he already
yeah.
put his knee down once.
Oh, my gosh. Oh,
Almost.
wow. I know. Thought he was going to have that maybe. Sometimes it can get him a little into trouble, kind of gets him out of position. But it's what he does. It's who he is. Can't cage an animal like that.
It comes from the ultimate Frisbee background.
Mm-hmm. This is an
Good reach in.
extremely intriguing sort of pairing and matchup to me because while Navratil probably the most, I don't know, successful player on the court, I want to say, Auvergne still kind of trying to make his mark in the pickleball world. Certainly has been climbing, improving, but only hitting the podium maybe a handful of times in his pro career so far. And Nunnery, while he was a very high-level player, you know, has been plagued by some injuries the last year, kind of been in Hawaii for a bit, trying to deal with that. So he's been out of the game a little bit, kind of tried to reestablish himself now. And Cassidy, always kind of been, you know,
He's been there.
been there.
Hasn't
always
broken
has been
through,
there.
but,
Yes.
but has been right there.
So this is an interesting pairing. Like, it just seems very evenly matched all around.
just what.
And that will be game 1.
Nunnery and Cassidy did have a good result last year when they played together.
Yes, they have played together before.
That was before the injuries.
Yes,
from
so
Nunnery.
we'll see if they can kind of get back into a groove here, see if they can force a third game here. We're back into the action right after this. Back into the action, Navertil and Stefan Auvergne on the far end here for this second game. Rob Nunnery and Rob Cassidy on the near end for game 2. Very close game 1 was interrupted by rain and just concluded, but 11-8 that final score with Auvergne and Navertil coming out on top. So we'll see if, again, it's always tough with a rain delay stopping sort of how you were playing in a game, but we'll see if Nunnery and Cassidy can kind of warm back up here, both literally and figuratively. Try and push this quarterfinal matchup to a third game. They will face, the winner of this match faces Hayden Patriquin and Pablo Teez in the semis. Great pickup from Navertil, but cannot get the second one. On the other half of our men's draw, J.W. Johnson and Deckel Barr beating Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt for a spot in the winner bracket
just
final.
Missing wide there, down the line from Cassidy. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. You're fine. More important than me blabbling on over here. Good recovery off that net cord. We were one of these teams, whoever comes out on top is going to roll right into their next match in the semis after this, as this half of the bracket just a hair behind due to that rain delay. And then we're into our winter finals.
Oh, he read it
Yep.
well. Just got way too big.
Yeah. Didn't need that much swing.
Good
Speed
spot.
up.
See Navertil just dropping the head of the paddle down and coming right up into the chest of Cassidy there.
I mean, I have to imagine Nunnery and Cassidy have discussed needing to sort of hit more of their shots to Auvergne, kind of make him prove his abilities. Because certainly Navertil has already done so. Way to keep him pinned back there. Oh,
nice move.
Such a nice poach there from Stefan Auvergne. And I mean, Cassidy, I think, I'm not sure if he saw him coming, but he did try and keep it very close to that line. So tried to avoid that. Oh, Auvergne goes for it again.
High formation. Navratil is just hanging back saying, you go, boy. You cover. I am fast enough that I can get there anyway.
All right, we're going to have a timeout here from the Robs as they are down 4-1, only trailing by 3. In pickleball, that's really, you know, not a big cushion. So certainly, I think that, I mean, no talking going on here. Cassidy and Nunnery very far apart here on the court.
Oh, I think it's more, this is more of a momentum slowdown type timeout compared to a, hey, we need to change strategy here kind of deal.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly, I think, need to be aware and expecting that poach from Auvergne. He's shown it a couple times, going for it. He is a lefty, so Cassidy, especially if he is going to be on that right side, needs to be aware of that. Need to be super patient. You know, Nunnery and Cassidy sometimes can struggle being a little impatient, trying to speed up some shots that should not be sped up. So we'll see if they can sort of settle in, stay patient, and wait for the right moments, because I think that will put them in a position where they could be pushing this to a third. Yeah, that's tough. Just too high as Cassidy short hops that.
Yeah, I was going to say, Cassidy trying to take that on the half volley and rushing through it, that's going to create that pop-up. Take it on the half volley, but stay nice and controlled with it.
It's Auvergne again, looking for that poach. Yeah, see, that's what I want to see. I want to see Cassidy especially going cross-court with Auvergne and really making him show that he can stay in that dink rally. Got the error that time. Keeping those shots low, close to the net, I think. Ooh, all right. Nunnery with the drive, gets the error from Navratil this time.
Just wide. Good defense there from Nunnery. Able to get a couple of balls back, but the pressure from Auvergne just a little too much.
Yes, great poach there from Cassidy. Certainly expected to see some of those from him. I think Nunnery was surprised a little.
Oh, and number two.
Mean, again, yep, possibly going out, but I think if Cassidy reads it really right and gets the right shot, he's usually very successful on the poach. Oof, I don't like Cassidy staying up, though, all the way. Yep, backs up a little bit. I mean, ultimately, ball never came to him, but
That is unacceptable.
That is unacceptable.
There, Mr. Cassidy. Just came up on top of that ball and flicked across his body. Has to extend through that a little bit more.
Great cover from Nunnery. Oof. Let's see if they can slow it down a little here.
Oh. Nunnery
Yeah.
trying to tell him to let that one bounce. Potentially going out, not too sure. But just got a little big.
Oh, there's a question of if something hit a shirt.
Yeah, that one where
Where he kind of got
Navratil
at
took
his
it
waist.
from right hip.
I'd like to see a timeout here, maybe. After a couple errors from Cassidy, he's obviously a little frustrated there.
Nice hands from Avern. Good counterattack, stayed in that firefight.
9-4-1.
Avern again using his reach right there, and well, now you've got true timeout at match point.
I mean, I know they say better late than never, but I don't know if I agree with that.
No, I think it. Typically, what we say is like a 3 to 4 point.
Yeah.
Kind of.
And
This
I
one.
think too,
This one went on a 6.
if not going off points that you're giving up, you have to, if you're that frustrated, and the thing is, you know, Nunnery should sense that Cassidy has had maybe a couple errors.
he did
He's
compound
frustrated.
some of the.
Call it
compound some
for
of those
your
errors.
team. You do not. It doesn't have to be necessarily a discussion and agreement. I think if you see your partner clearly frustrated and struggling, just call a timeout. Just do it. And you know, there's some players, they're just more stubborn than others. They just want to kind of gut it out, and not always for the best. Match point here for Navratil and Auvergne. Ooh.
That ball's out.
Tough. All right, so it is Stefan Auvergne and Zane Navratil who will head to the semifinals. As I mentioned, we'll be back into it pretty quickly. I'll see if they want to chat with me in the Franklin studio or if they want to just kind of stay warm and get ready for that semi. So we'll be back into the action, though, shortly here at the APP SUNMED Mesa Open right after this.
There was a time when I was young, my brothers were young, and we actually lived in just a small motel room for about 9 months, my brothers, my dad, and I. And it really taught us that you don't need a lot to be happy in life.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Stefan Auvergne and Zane Navratil as they are heading now to the semis. Going to have a quick turnaround for you two. But you, sir, are now in Austin, Texas, moved from Wisconsin this summer. This is the first time you two have played a tournament together, but of course I assume you play a lot together in rec, both of you being in Austin. How sort of have you guys decided to team up together, and what was going to be sort of the strategy with your two styles?
Yeah, like you said, we practice a lot together. It's fun. We have good styles and whatnot. Stefan's a cool dude, and so we said, let's give it a whirl.
All right. I mean, you're a cool dude. That's all it takes, I guess, for Navratil to partner you up. So how do you think the day has gone? Obviously, getting a match interrupted by rain and having to come back into it can be a little tough, but how have you guys sort of navigated today so far?
Yeah, it's not easy, but we try to stay warm. We come out, warm up, and then just do our best and try to put all the difficult conditions aside and just play our game.
I mean, the quick turnaround, of course, right back into the semis here. I have to imagine, it's much cooler. I'm obviously dressed like I'm in Antarctica. It's what it feels like. So not too tough. Coming back into the semi, are you guys looking forward to the quick turnaround, staying warm and getting right back into it?
Oh, for sure. We just got to keep Stefan hot. He's so hot right now. We've actually never lost together. So, just gonna say it. We're 3-0. Not yet. Who knows? Big H owns me this tournament. So, we're playing the incredible team of Big H and Little Pablo. So.
I love it. I mean, so much fun to be had. You know both of them, of course, as well. Is there going to be a thought process going up to face them, or just going to try to out-cool them out here?
I think out-cool them, yeah. That's the plan.
It's going to be tough.
Plan is to stay hot.
Stay hot, stay cool, all the things. All right, don't go anywhere. We're back into that semifinal match in just a moment.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
Welcome back, everyone. As I mentioned, quick turnaround for Zane Navratil and Stefan Auvergne, coming off their quarterfinal win that we just saw over Rob Nunnery and Rob Cassidy. Here into the semis, where they will face Hayden Patriquin and Pablo Tellez, who are having themselves quite a day. Had some big wins. Took on Cam Luring and Brandon Contrado in their first round matchup. Then a very close one with Zach Grabovic and Scott Dorner. 12-10, 11-9. Squeak through that one into the quarterfinals, where they had a big win over DJ Young and Dylan Frazier, the number 2 seed. 11-7, 11-8. So Patriquin and Tellez, the number 7 seed here, while Auvergne and Navratil, the 3 seed, as I mentioned, and we just saw, defeating Nunnery and Cassidy. But before that, taking out McMakin and Lohani, but that went to 3. So this should be an interesting matchup here. Patriquin had a really nice day yesterday in mixed with Maggie Brasha taking a bronze medal. Bill Plesha will be our referee for this match. It looks like we probably still have a few more moments of warm-up here before we get into the action.
You guys ready to screen, so we're going to go ahead and get started, fellas.
Oh, they're going to go. Well, honestly, if I was Auvergne and Navratil, I would much rather have that quick turnaround.
Oh, sure.
Especially,
I mean, they already had the long break
Yeah.
with the rain delay, so not a ton of...
You come out, play one game and
A
2
couple
points,
points, yeah.
3 points. Rather than, you go, you sit down for another 2 hours and then try to get going.
Exactly.
Now, that being granted, they are younger than us, Lauren, so they probably
That
don't
is
seize up
much
as
younger.
quickly.
Well, not Auvergne. He's not quite as young as Navratil, but close. Hayden Patriquin, certainly the youngest on the court, though, at 17, out of Yucaipa, California. SoCal kid over there. Truly coolest kid I've ever met, honestly. Every time I get to talk to him, I'm just like, I'm so glad Hayden's talking to me. He's just so cool. Pablo Tellez, 27, out of Bonita Springs, Florida. Very close to you and Simone, Chad.
Yeah. He's known Pablo for quite a few years, but trains a lot with Simone, Federico, Paris.
And the rain is still pouring down here in Mesa, Arizona. Very lucky to have this covered stadium court to continue our coverage here for the pros as they work through their brackets. So again, 2 lefties on court. Taya is also a lefty now. Okay, Stefan Auvergne.
Nice shot going across the body of Patriquin. Patriquin sitting a little bit more on the backhand side, expecting that down the line. And Patriquin says, hey, I'm just going to put one back into your chest for that shot you hit past me. Good roll there from Patriquin, but
Auvergne just ready for it.
Yeah, sitting there waiting for it. We can actually hear the rain falling in our headphones now. This is the first time I've fully heard it.
Oh, great defense from Nav.
Okay.
All right.
Slide back over. Big forehand from Tellez.
And great defense from Navratil on that, Ernie, but the thing is, under normal circumstances, I love the rain.
Me
I'm
too.
like a rain person. Love to hear the rain coming down, but I want to be like under 3 blankets on my couch
inside listening
watching
to
television.
the
Exactly,
rain
yes.
Compared to 50-degree weather sitting up in the top of the stands where we are the only ones getting wind up here.
Drinking my hot chocolate, though. That's making me very happy. Ooh, yeah, a little too high there from Navratil.
Tejas has added. He's always been somewhat aggressive and had good pace from his tennis background, but he's doing a much better job reaching in lately. Very strong wrist, very strong forearm. Another good spot there, set up by Patrick Quinn going behind Auvergne. Forcing that ball to pop up, and Taya is getting on top of it.
Yeah, we've mentioned, several players over the weekend that, there's the rain.
There's the rain.
You have that 9 mile an hour wind mixed with the 55 in the rain.
It's colder
Makes
than
for
55.
kind of a gross day. Bit low energy in the crowd as well, as they're just, trying to conserve all their energy to stay warm.
We had that discussion. It's, we've got a good crowd in here. However, everybody is sitting in here and a little bit chilly.
Yep.
We've got the rain. It's somewhat miserable out there. So the atmosphere in here is a little different than what you would expect.
Yeah, agreed. But talking about some of these players, Patrick Quinn has been around for a little while. He's obviously very young, playing pro really at maybe 15, certainly last year at 16 more. But he's one of those players are kind of on the cusp, and I feel like he finally broke through really sort of this last summer and has started to have a lot more success. Just find.
Oh, he missed it. He had the hope in court.
But getting a lot better results consistently now for him. And I think Tejas is sort of the same. He's been around for a little while, and just the last couple of months really started to break through a little and find what works.
MLP gave some of these players confidence.
Agreed.
Patrick Quinn was an alternate for MLP, and then he got his chance in Newport Beach, and he's kind of jumped up from them. The same with Tejas in the first MLP in Austin. Now he's starting to play more. He's putting in more time, recognizing that there's good opportunity.
Oh, yep.
He wants that one back.
Good recognition, good opportunity, just.
4-5-1.
Oh, great pickup.
Yeah, that was trouble. It was a thought of speeding up for a second there from Tejas, and then he changed his mind. And usually when we do that, doesn't end well. So I ended up leaving that ball up, just trying to bump it. But yeah, good move by Navratil right there. Got in the middle of the court and then didn't hold back.
6-5-1.
Oh no, water's starting to pour onto the court.
No!
Get a towel, get a towel, get a towel.
Dive on it. Quickly. Dive on it.
Well, we'll be stopping for a minute.
Crud.
Shoot. Dive on it. Someone sacrifice your body. Can you imagine if someone had just laid in front of it? Well, we'll be done for a minute here while we probably have to get a blower.
I wonder how that happened, though. Because
I think it's just because it's raining so much, it's eventually just pooling and coming underneath.
Somebody had a watershed out there as far as pushing it around, and I don't know if he went the opposite direction. Because that is a lot of water to all of a sudden just appear.
Agreed. It looked like something maybe got knocked over or tipped or something, but I don't know how we're going to.
Oh, actually, no, I'm looking out behind there, and there is a lot of water coming off the sides of this.
Yeah.
This cover.
Yeah, I think that's the tough spot is it is covered, but you have so much rain coming down. It's got to go somewhere, obviously, and this venue is all concrete, so there's not a ton of vents, so it's going to go somewhere. And if there's even the slightest bit of an angle,
Yeah, if you look right between the bleachers there, you can see how much water.
oh yeah,
There's big puddles out there.
it's like pooling over there. Well, it looks like it's staying there though. So, I mean, we're definitely going to have to take a little bit of a break here while we get a blower or some towels out here to get that spot dried up. So we'll take a short break. Don't go anywhere though. We're hopefully back into it here as quick as we can be, and make sure the court, it's coming in. Chad, go lay down over there.
I'll
You
go
can
lay down on
commentate
there.
from the side, laying on in the rain. All right, everyone. Well, we'll be back into the action. Don't go anywhere. Bye.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
There was a time when I was young, my brothers were young, and we actually lived in just a small motel room for about 9 months, my brothers, my dad, and I. And it really taught us that you don't need a lot to be happy in life.
No time to waste under the setting sun, into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
Put us head inside into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
All right, we're back, everyone. What a miserable little rain delay we've just had. It is still raining. The issue, of course, being while we have this covered court, the water's pooling up around and was coming into the court, so that was quite an undertaking. A big, big thank you to Ryan Treffry and his staff here at Legacy, really going above and beyond quickly to try and get the situation as best under control as we can. We're good, Bill.
Hats off to Mr. Daniel Roditi over
Oh,
here,
yeah, he was out there.
working his butt off.
He's got it. Yeah, he's getting paid today. He's got to do something.
They've built some dams with some bags and towels and sheets and whatever they could find.
So we are back into this men's semifinal match. Zane Navratil and Stefan Auvergne on the near end, taking on Pablo Tellez and Hayden Patriquin. We are in the middle of game one. Auvergne and Navratil with a 2-point lead now as they get into this. The update from the tournament desk I will relay in a moment. So essentially we're going to try and conclude our women's bracket today. All of the matches being changed to the 1-15 format. And men's doubles, we will complete the top half of the draw, which means just the winner bracket final. And then our back draw will be rescheduled for tomorrow. So we should have quite a few ladies matches underway after this one. But I believe this match will still proceed in the 2 out of 3 normal format since it was already started.
Yep. Auvergne and Navratil have come out probably as hot as you could be after that break.
Yeah, always can be tough, regardless of what level you're at, to come back in from a big break. But game point here for Navratil and Auvergne. And they will get it done with that error from Patriquin. So, I don't know. Do we need to take another? Yeah.
We'll keep rolling.
Thank you, Spencer. I was like, do we need to take a break? We just took
a
way too long of one. Chad Navratil telling the crowd to get fired up here. The tried and true pickleball fans that remain here on center court. Obviously, with a huge rain delay, all of the amateur brackets got canceled for the rest of the day and pushed to tomorrow. So, of course, a lot of people left. Can't blame them. It's a little cold. It's a little rainy.
I would have left.
I would have left as well. So nobody's blaming them by any means. But we do have a little core group still left here. Love to see it. Cheering these guys on, looking for some more pickleball action. That's how you know you got a pickleball lover on your hands, when they stay in this kind of weather.
We had people coming in just recently when it was raining. So kind of a little changing of the guys. That ball ends up staying in. Tellez thought that was going out.
Yep, Auvergne and Navratil now on the far end for game 2. Tellez and Patriquin on the near end. Oh. So I was thinking before the rain delay, never got a chance to say it, but Auvergne and Navratil are both players that I think gel really well with a lot of other players. They're just kind of neutral players in that, not necessarily, super alpha, super right-sided, super fiery, that kind of can't mesh well with maybe some other players in terms of chemistry. I think they have the ability to kind of chameleon themselves to another partner. So I like the two of them together. I think they have just sort of good vibes between the two of them.
Auvergne is so long and lanky that he can, similar to Bar, where he can do that quick Ernie. Oh.
Sails that one long.
2-1-2.
Good shot there by Tellez. Little backhand roll down the line.
Odoth reminded me, absolutely a huge shout out also to Simone Jajim and Lina Padigamete, who also jumped in to help dry the courts. Yeah, I just got backed up a little bit there.
Oh, you didn't want to mention his other comment on air?
That I smelled good?
I'm joking.
I do smell good.
Oh, Tea's catching that one behind him. Wasn't able to bring that one back down.
1-4-1.
Good spot there from Patrick Quinn. Good reach in and push out wide to the Navratil backhand, causing the pop-up.
1-4-2.
So not as smooth here for Avern and Navratil after the first couple of points to end game one.
4-1-2.
Great recovery there from Auvergne with that very awkward placed speed up. Yeah, I mean, after a long break, you're a little ramped up. You got to kind of settle back in and get back into a groove, which can be tough to do.
2-4-1.
Oh. I mean, great angle from Patriquin, but Navratil with the beautiful ATP there. Defended from Tejas, but ultimately not able to come out on top of that rally. Oh, my. I mean, that was
That
so
point had a little
good.
bit of everything right there.
I mean, look at Patriquin here, recognizing he's got to get up to that ball that trickles over the net.
Nice speed up there from Auvergne. Recognizing the small hole through the middle. Speeds up to the Tejas forehand. Then a couple back and forth, and then switching crossbody to the backhand.
We already have J.W. Johnson and Deckelbar in our winner bracket final. They will face the winners of this match. We're going to have a timeout here from Patriquin and Tejas, as they did have a good lead, but Tejas
Giving up
obviously a
5
little
straight.
upset. Bit of a paddle toss there. And coming up next, we will have our women's winner bracket final. Susanna Barr and Etta Wright will take on Simone Jajim and Georgia Johnson. And then we'll have to get into that back draw. Looking at our top 10 ranked players on the APP standings list. Speaking of J.W. Johnson, securely in that first spot. And of course, this is an accumulation of points received in the last year on the APP Tour based on where the players placed. So, quite a who's who of pickleball list there.
All right, gentlemen. Time in. 6-4-2.
Back in from this timeout. Let's see if Patriquin and Tejas can settle in just a little bit here.
Nice forehand there from Patriquin. Big shout out to Clayton Bigsby for his kind words there on the stream.
I mean, I love Clayton Bigsby. Who doesn't? a little too underneath that. Needed to roll it a little bit.
Wow. Yeah, Tellez visibly frustrated with some of these errors that are creeping in. Oh, just deep. It was ambitious.
It was. I mean, he's clearly looking for that Ernie every chance he can get, and it can be extremely effective, but sometimes overdo it a little when you're just not quite waiting for the right moment to pull that out.
Oh, don't do it.
I don't think he would.
No,
I feel like
Hayden's
he's
not
pretty
the
good.
one that would. Now, if Jeff Warnick was out there, that,
I mean,
yeah.
oh. I mean, who among us hasn't threatened the paddle toss? It's just the act of wanting to do it.
I think I'm at a 25 court distance at East Maples one time.
Thank you, Porter. We'll be on the lookout. Clipped the net ever so slightly, but
never came up.
And as frustrated as Patriquin and Tellez have shown to be here in the second game, they're only behind by one. I mean, they're right here in it. They just need to, and now it's tied up. So,
yeah, I mean that's one of the big things of, yeah, you can get frustrated and you can make a few errors, but if it starts snowballing, okay, yes, we've got an issue, but it's pickable. We've seen a 7 around, almost. We've seen 7, 8, 9 point leads get blown out of the water.
8-7-2.
nice job by Auvergne and Navratil, kind of staying in that, ultimately backing Patriquin and Tellez off that line and into a defensive position.
We saw that same speed up from Auvergne a few points ago. Tellez making the adjustment on that one. But a really good step in top spin drive from Auvergne to re-answer.
8-8-2.
Tied back up at 8s now. Auvergne, every once in a while, a little impatient with those speed ups, sometimes choosing the wrong one. It's worked out fairly well for him percentage-wise here, but just every once in a while, I'd definitely like to see him really settle in more and kind of wait for the right moment. Clipped Navratil. We get it. We get it. Yeah, someone mentioning in the chat. Who was it? Want to give it? Oh, it was LSM. One girl. Mentioning how you can see the player's breath. So we did mention, obviously, it's a little chilly here. A little chilly. Bill Plusha rocking it out in referee duties here.
Second server. 8-9-2.
Oh, two missed thirds. Quick side out for Patrick and Tejas. Not something that you want when you're behind.
9-8-1.
Oh, he was ready and waiting for it.
He was all over it. Just got a little big with the backswing.
9-8-2.
Good patience. Yeah, I mean, the first one was the right ball to speed up from Auburn right there, but you can see he was underneath it. So he keeps it high and floating, and then when it comes back, he can't handle it. He's got to get on top of that more, the downward angle, especially using his height to his advantage there. Ooh. Oh, Navertil with a couple really good gets. And he's there for the third one, too. Just got a little bit lower each time, and ultimately... Oh.
Oh, catches the net and goes in. Going back to those two speed ups, the difference between the Avon speed up, where it was a good speed up, but then his paddle dropped down to his side. Tejas kept the paddle out in front each time, so he was able to make the adjustments.
All right, so after struggling a little bit here in the second game, Patrick Quinn and Tejas have themselves a game point to try and force the third. Oh, and almost get it on the serve. Good cover from Navertil. Wow. That was tough because Auburn goes for that Ernie and stays planted across that kitchen corner. Navertil really reaching.
Some hesitation there on Avon.
9-10-2.
That was better commitment, better step in on the two drives on the third and fifth.
10-10-2.
Good spot there from Tejas.
Auburn just he keeps that paddle down at his left side, so he's just not quite ready.
Yeah, he sits on his forehand side the majority of the time. And that's why we've seen a couple of those awkward.
Yeah.
Oh, Tejas going too much. We've seen a couple of those awkward, windshield wiper volleys.
Yep.
Trying to come
Even
over
if
on
he was
that
just,
backhand side.
a little bit more in the middle, just to kind of neutralize his paddle positioning.
Tejas saying sorry. Patrick Quinn wanted him to let one of those balls go. So game point again here for Tejas and Patrick Quinn.
Oh, wow. I mean, I thought that might have been tough. He showed that speed up pretty early. Patrick Quinn just got caught in an awkward spot. And they're still in it. Oh, you can't have those. I mean, you just can't have that error.
Yeah, just overextension. You see the paddle up above the ball.
Everything's just sort of a bit wild right now. Some of these shots, but back tied up at 11s. All right, so now Auburn and Nevertil have themselves a match point.
12-11-2.
Diane. Watch Diane in the corner. The kick. She tried to kick it behind her.
11-12-1.
Well, still in it. Oh. Oh, ball got a little wet.
Wet going underneath the bleachers there.
Wow. Haven't seen just a clear winner in a while here, but Navratil pulling one out.
11-12-2.
Good reach in from Tejas right there.
Spencer Lanier. Hi, Spencer. Next gen champion, Spencer Lanier, out of the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, nice little.
The reverse from Navratil.
That little tomahawk pancake shot.
12-12-1.
Auburn looking for that poach.
Net is not friendly there for Patriquin. Did a good job just getting a paddle on it with it jumping up that high.
Another match point here for Navratil and Auburn. Oof. Just for both sides, it's I don't know who those guys are, but I love it.
Oh, take it and run with it.
Gosh.
Take it and run with it.
Again, there's been a couple shots that, you know, are really good, but ultimately the entire rallies that have been going on here haven't been super clean.
Kind of matches the weather a little bit.
Yeah. Thank you, Spencer. You as well. Rainy and cold, but otherwise doing all right.
13-1. Right as I was finishing.
Oh, no. Got called. Got called for a violation of
serving before the
serving
ref
before.
was done saying the score. Wow. That's tough, but 13-12 or 13-13?
My bad. All right. 13-13-2.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I said.
All right, everyone, we got it. We got it.
13-13-2.
Oh, good resets from Patriquin, just getting up to the kitchen line, but Avon applying the pressure.
Wow, massive serve there from Navratil, right on that baseline.
I did.
I thought it was right on the line.
14-13-1.
Another match point.
Rip.
I mean, finally get it done. So, bit of a messy match, but ultimately, Navartil and Auvergne hold on to take it here. And we will take a short break now back into the Franklin studio. And we're back with our women's winner bracket final in just a moment. Welcome back to the still very rainy Mesa, Arizona, where we are desperately trying to stay warm here. 52 degrees, 17-mile-an-hour winds, though. That's what's the kicker. Look at that humidity. What happened?
Well, it's raining.
I know, but like,
of course, the moisture.
I don't know how the
content's
weather
gonna come
works,
up with
Chad.
Rain?
Get off my back.
My goodness.
I'm not a meteorologist. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're done fighting, don't worry. We have our women's winter bracket final on deck now. Susanna Barr, Edda Wright facing Simone Jargim and Georgia Johnson. Of course, our ladies have been waiting for quite a while now with a big rain delay happening. So getting a few moments of warm-up time here.
They have not played in 5 hours.
Yep, so that's what I said. They've been waiting a while. Thank you for putting a direct number with that, but we said the same thing. Barr and Wright coming off of a big win over Lauren Stratman and Andrea Koop in their semifinal. 11-9, 8-11, 11-7. And, of course, there was a bit of a rain delay with that as well. We were able to complete it before the water kind of leached into the court here, stopping play for much longer. And it should be noted, we do literally have volunteers along the edge of the court, which you can kind of see
continually
to the right. They're just
squeeging the water.
Because the water keeps coming. Like, it just is coming in from the outside, so they're continually sort of squeegeeing and brushing the water over there to keep it from coming on the court. So again, a big thank you to everyone who is helping do that. I mean, a lot of work was done to try and even get this court back to being playable here under the conditions. So big thank you as well. Jargim and Johnson coming off their win in the semifinals over Mary and Maggie Brasha, 13-11, 11-5. So again, Georgia and Simone have teamed up how many times before? A couple? Not terribly
Two?
many.
I
Yeah,
say,
just
I think two. I'm
just
trying to
a
think
couple.
the last time they played together.
Of course, Susanna and Edda talked about they had played together a couple times before as well, got themselves a bronze medal at the Atlanta Open. Going to get kicked off here in just a moment. And again, a quick update if you are rejoining us after the rain delay. The women's bracket we are trying to complete today through that bronze medal match, which will now be just 1 to 15. Is this a 1 to 15? No. Is it still 2 out of 3? I didn't see a change in format.
I did not see a change in format for the winners bracket final. I am seeing a regular score sheet on our referee's
All right, so I do believe
clipboard.
the format has not changed. So I believe this is a 2 out of 3. I know our bronze medal matches were changed to a 1 to 15. So we'll keep you guys posted on that. But I do believe this should be a 2 out of 3 to 11 per usual. But our men's bracket, we are only going through the winner bracket final, which will be, I believe, after this. But then the back draw of our men's bracket will be played tomorrow morning before we get into Championship Sunday. So, okay.
All right, Georgia Johnson coming out hot.
Okay. Yeah, and she's bouncing over there just to stay warm. I've been doing that throughout the day.
You know, there's only like a 27-year age difference between
Who's counting,
Georgia and Simone. Ball just deep from right.
Again, the ladies have been sitting for a long time. It's very cold. It will probably take both these teams just a little bit to kind of find a rhythm again.
Good speed up there from Johnson. One of the things that her and Jargim discussed after their match with the Brasher sisters, that for Johnson to speed up more balls down the line instead of going cross court. Oh, my
Ooh.
goodness. That was
Yep.
hit hard, but we see there with Susanna Barr, when she goes to hit it, that paddle lays back completely flat, so it comes out on a line instead of going down through the court.
Yeah, just a bit of a rough start here for Wright and Barr. Haven't quite been able to settle in here. A couple errors, some things not going their way, so might look to see a timeout if they cannot get a hold of it here.
I mean, Georgia hits the ball hard in the first place, but the Dura is quite literally like a rock right now.
Oh, nice little off-speed kind of roll there from Johnson, who she doesn't generally hit a lot of her shots with roll or spin.
It's something that she's added in the last couple of months.
Okay.
She used to hit that forehand drive very flat as well. She's added topspin to that. She's added topspin to her forehand roll volley. We don't have first server bands. So just getting that all squared away. So a bit of a rough start here for Barr. We did see in their previous match against Stratman and Coop that Barr had a little bit of a slow start there as well. And a missed third there from Etta Wright. Stay in.
Great pickup. Right back into it.
Okay, I'm going to drop to the baseline, just block a ball, get it down in the kitchen, and then come forward on the attack. That's women's pickleball summed up right there.
Good overhead there from Wright. Looks like almost a bit of a collision, but Barr able to get out of the way of that. Oh. Oof. Great pickup. Okay.
Oh.
I was just waiting for who was going to make the error. I just felt like there was an error brewing somewhere, and ultimately, it's Georgia Johnson's. Just swings a little too in front of that one, clips it with the tip of the paddle. Some amazing defense from Wright and Barr, though, in that rally.
Oh, she's got it.
Oh! Oh, my goodness.
They collided.
Wow. I mean, another ridiculous rally here
Georgia
between all
got
four
hit
ladies.
on the back of the hand there, too.
I don't.
Big forehand finish.
Yeah, I mean, Barr was expecting the speed up. Just was a bit of an awkward spot. Just tough to get back. A little reach in there for Johnson.
Well, there's a little hesitation
Yeah.
there. because on that last ball that went up, judging actually hit Johnson's hand on that ball in the middle.
Got to get an angle on it. She's just been crushing those drop volleys every single time this has gotten into sort of this crazy scramble. Georgine's pulled out that drop volley.
Well, she knows she doesn't have much of a shoulder left, so she's not
Exactly.
going to try to hit it
why,
as hard as
if
she
you can't
can.
get a great angle on it, you just got to... Oh, boy.
Go, no.
I mean, I know for a fact
Georgia.
Simone is more than happy to just
I
let
was about
Georgia
to say,
Johnson
go,
take them.
Georgia, go. She's all over the court right now.
She is really sort of stepping into that role of being that left-sided player and being the more aggressive one. And a tough start here for Barton, right? 11-0 in game one, but I have no doubt they'll make some adjustments
they'll
going into game
regroup
two.
here going into game two and clean a few things up.
All right, we'll take a short break, though. Back into game two of our women's winter bracket final right after this. Back into the action here for the final tour stop of 2022 on the APP Tour, the APP SUNMED Mesa Open. And looking quickly at our top 10 standings list on our ladies' side, we have Miss Andrea Koop in first place, but Georgia Johnson hot on her heels. Simone Jargim, her partner here in this matchup, in that third spot. Jargim and Johnson now on the near end for game two. Etta Wright and Susanna Barr on the far end, looking to make some adjustments after getting that pickle in game one.
Oh, that's a little bit of aggression being let out there by Susanna Barr. Good misdirect there by Jia Jing, setting up Johnson for the put away. Another reach in roll. Taking away the reaction time from Barr. Judging missing that speed up, just flattening out. Not quite able to get under it enough. Sorry, stepping on your cord.
Killing me over here, Chad. Oh.
Oh.
She almost switched with her, and then she said yours.
And then she said yours, yeah. Oh, just wide there from right. Trying to do a little too much. Pull Zhao Jing out off the court.
Game one, Wright really wasn't able to get super involved in a lot of these rallies. Certainly scrambling on defense, but in terms of creating offense, got kind of iced out a little. Definitely looks like she's looking to insert herself a little bit more here in the second game. Georgine thought that was dropping in, but Georgia Johnson lets that drop. Oh. Yep.
I don't know if she changed her mind on that one or just the ball sat up higher than what she thought. But looked like she was going to drive it, and then she changed her mind to go for a drop.
Great catch by the ref. Yeah, Johnson and Georgime are having a lot of success just getting the ball a little up and keeping Barr and Wright really pinned back. There hasn't been a lot of extended dink rallies. Oh, good job catching the serve receiver error.
Jing got a little jammed up there on that third shot drop.
Oh. Interesting sort of
I thought she was
paddle.
going to hit a backhand, and then she just turned it over.
Every once in a while, you know, you're playing and sometimes your brain tells you to do something and your body's a step behind. So maybe she meant to switch over to that backhand and just didn't turn that paddle over.
Johnson pushing that one a little wide.
Nice pickup from Barr. We talked a little bit about Johnson and that she's been working on incorporating a little bit more spin into some of her shots. Is there anything Simone has been working on sort of this last part of the year, looking to go into next year, that she's trying to work on in her game?
Yeah, I mean, she's continually working on that, on her game, adding new stuff. Been working on the hook, backhand, and forehand on those balls that are a little wider outside that we see more in the men's game. Another good misdirect there by Jia Jing. But I think it's interesting because the men have added a lot more two-hand backhand rolls coming from the women's side.
Yep.
Now the women are starting to add, you know, the hooks, the low speed ups from the men's side. So there's definitely some crossover between the two, as far as strategy change.
Sure.
mechanic change on strokes.
And I mean, that's every sport
Yeah.
in history. You know, it starts a certain way. It's, you know, it evolves. The equipment usually evolves. The players, usually one player, kind of finds something new, and then it just spreads like wildfire throughout, you know, the world after you sort of show what's possible. And I mean, just happening more and more in pickleball. You just going back even, you know, a year to two ago, and the game looks entirely different now. I imagine it'll change a little in the next year as well as we keep going.
Well, certainly in the last year with the addition of spin, with the Yola paddles, the carbon, Franklin
and the spin
now.
serve played
Yep.
a huge factor this last year as well, although that will be going bye-bye after this year. Etta right on the court, literally there.
Well, you see that the reach in from Wright to speed that up, but Johnson's all over it and does a good job of going back at Wright's body.
Oh, some great defense there from Georgieman Johnson. Got a cracked ball. I mean, after all the overheads that have been hit in this match, I am not surprised at all.
Well, and especially with it being colder now
Exactly.
as well.
This ball is definitely a little bit more likely to crack in colder conditions.
Bar court just a little flat-footed there. Standing upright. Big forehand from Etta Wright.
And that fully outstretched arm. See that. A good amount of players. Very effective.
Similar to a Jesse Irvin
Lauren
forehand.
Stratman's got that as well. Yeah, great speed up there. Especially the cross-court speed up can be very tricky. Catch that person a little bit more off guard. Looked like Barr and Wright were definitely off to a better start here in the beginning of this, but just haven't been able to really
They haven't looked
keep that going.
comfortable.
I don't necessarily
Better
think they're,
job from
yeah, they're not
Right in that one.
playing badly by any means, but I think Georgieman Johnson, just the defense has just been on point, and then they're just getting a few more opportunities that they're able to get some winners on that Wright and Barr haven't necessarily had. Oh. Can't win them all, I guess. See, that's been the success, is that Johnson and Georgieman have been able to push Wright and Barr off the line, opening up sort of those shots at their feet, getting the speed ups, the pop ups, and the opportunity to really get them back on defense.
A little over ambitious on the reach in there from Zhao Jing. Good eye by Johnson, letting that one go.
I love how she sort of just like leans and stares the ball down as it's going.
I'm going to watch it all the way to make sure it lands out. Oh, she was there.
Oh, yep, like that poach there from Johnson.
2-9-1. Second serve.
So long on that serve.
2-9-2. Side out. Sorry. 9-2-1.
Yeah, just not get a hold of that the way she needed to. Could hear that coming off her paddle that was going to be short.
9-2-2.
Oh, wow, good recovery off that net cord.
Match point for
Looking for
Zhao Jing and Johnson.
For a spot on Championship Sunday.
And
Got it right on that line. Simone thinks. No replay. She's looking for the replay. And if Johnson and Jardim get into Championship Sunday, that will be the third appearance of the day for Georgia Johnson. So she will have a Triple Crown opportunity if they get into that gold medal match. Great return.
Right on the line. Saw that skip off.
3-10-2.
Ooh.
Oh.
Way to just stay focused there. That pops off the net. Right, coming back in, avoiding that kitchen corner.
4-10-2.
Oh, she needed to get underneath that one just a little bit more.
10-4-1.
Kind of sums up how it's been going for Ba and Wright in this one. That's match point
And
for
that
Jardim and Johnson.
Is the match. So Georgia Johnson and Simone Jardim head to Championship Sunday. Third spot of the day for Georgia Johnson. She will have that Triple Crown opportunity. Susanna Barr and Etta Wright will drop into bronze. And looking at our tournament desk update, next we will have our men's winner bracket final, and then we will get into those backdraw matches on the ladies' side into bronze. But our men will be done after their winner bracket final next. So we'll take a short break and back into the action right after this. Welcome back to, oh, that was very loud, excuse me. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Simone Georgine and Georgia Johnson, who are heading to Championship Sunday, your third of the day, ma'am, and your second. So definitely some fun matches ahead for tomorrow. Of course, the rain delay, massive. You guys are sitting for a very long time. What's the mentality after such a long break to try and be able to, as quickly as possible, get into the match?
Well, my history is not good when I sit down for so long. I play like absolutely doo-doo. So my goal was to stay moving, stay warm. So the squeeging maybe helped. That was a good strategy. But Georgia played great. It helps, like Chad was being funny, but I thought it was great. Like, you know, it helps when you have an energized bunny hopping around next to you. It's like, how are you gonna like be standing still? It's impossible.
What were you going to add, Missy?
And the dancing, of course.
Oh, we had a dance party. Oh, some salsa. I love it. Wonderful. Okay, I mean, coming into that, you seemed clearly like your strategy with the two of you is you're going to take over, you're going to be as aggressive as possible while Simone is sort of steady, keeps it in play, looking for those poaches. Did you feel like you had the energy kind of built up from waiting to be able to go out and just play as aggressive as you did?
Yeah, when the rain comes, you know, I definitely am getting antsy just sitting around all this time, and I really wanted to get out there and started playing, and I always kind of bounce around, and I'm glad it helps my partners. I don't know. It's just something I do.
I mean, again, going into tomorrow, we are expecting a little bit of rain tomorrow as well, and now we have some matches coming into tomorrow. You are in 2, you are in 3. What's going to be sort of the process? When you have several gold matches in the same day, how do you sort of compartmentalize one versus the other?
I mean, honestly, I think it's more so for both of us. For her, it's even more so. They are all very different. Singles, women's doubles, and mixed doubles. It's almost like you got to regroup, like it's a restart button every single time. So I think it's honestly like her maturity for her age is amazing. So I have no doubt that she will be successful tomorrow because of the ability to do that. Some players sometimes struggle when they can't get over one, like let's say having not a great result in one and then moving on to the next. You gotta that's like, it's almost like the day is over, restart. And it's difficult, but that's the difference between a good player and a great player. So that's it.
And you have a Triple Crown opportunity tomorrow now. Your brother has gotten a couple now. Do you think it's more than time for you to get your own?
Well, it was actually like my New Year's resolution, so maybe before the year's over, hopefully I'll get one.
I love it. Great resolution. So if not tomorrow, though, next year, without a doubt. So a big congrats to Simone Georgine and Georgia Johnson heading to gold tomorrow. And we have our men's winner bracket final coming up next. Stefan Auburn and Zane Navratil take on Deckel Bar and J.W. Johnson right after this.
My name is Georgia Johnson. I'm 16 years old. I'm from Boynton Beach, Florida. The first time I ever heard about pickleball, I was with a neighbor. My neighbor introduced me to the sport. My immediate family all started to play when we moved to Florida. I remember thinking, this is really fun because I got to hit the ball as hard as I could and all my family members. So then we kind of got into it playing rec games and then tournaments from there. I don't know if my game is special, but I like it. I wouldn't change it. Definitely like to play more on the powerful side of things. I always like pickleball better than tennis. I always say that no hands battles in tennis, like you miss out on that part of it. And I just like it because it's faster. I like the APP Tour format because it's a little bit different than everybody else's, and from different sports, it's a little unique to pickleball. And I like the fact that you can come back through the back draw. I think that's special. I think pickleball is definitely going in the direction of one of the bigger sports. I think it could be pretty iconic, and I could definitely see it going to the Olympics in the future.
There was a time when I was young, my brothers were young, and we actually lived in just a small motel room for about 9 months, my brothers, my dad, and I. And it really taught us that you don't need a lot to be happy in life.
I'm upset we had to kill the music. It was like a real upbeat song. It was making me warm. I have it's me, Lauren McLaughlin. I'm here with the Yeti.
I'm
Chad Edwards. Says we are
freezing.
trying to survive.
Freezing.
We shouldn't have to say we're trying to survive Arizona weather in December, and yet here we are. Here we are in all of our winter gear, trying to just stay warm. And we have our men's winter bracket final on deck here. This will be the final men's match of the day, as their back draw was rescheduled for tomorrow morning to get kicked off. We have J.W. Johnson and Deckel Barr taking on Stefan Auvergne and Zane Navertil. Looks like Navertil and Auvergne will be on the near end to start us off for game one, while Barr and Johnson on the far end. We got a couple drops of water coming through that little center area of the court. I don't even know, where's that water coming from?
It's just running down the
Is it just
rafters.
dripping?
Yeah, I think it's just running down the rafters.
I got a little spot over there too, but for the most part, as we mentioned, we have nonstop volunteers squeegeeing the edge of the court to keep the water at bay, because otherwise it would still keep leaking in. So a big thank you to everyone. We could not be continuing our day without that. Oh, Lex almost died. All right, Deckelbar with the serve. And I imagine similarly to the ladies' side, we'll see these gentlemen take just a little bit to kind of warm up and get into any sort of rhythm or groove after they've been sitting a little while. Navertil and Auvergne have gotten to play a little bit, but Johnson and Barr have been, similarly to the ladies, sitting for quite a while here before getting into this matchup.
Take a look at the drops falling just there near the net in the kitchen. Good spot from Navratil going behind Barr.
Oh, we might have a cracked ball as well.
Aggressive little throw from Navratil with the towel going across the court. Choosing a new stone. They're not even pickleballs right now.
Just rocks. Just chucking rocks at each other. Deckelbar doing a little shopping over there.
Oh, nice reach in there from Barr. Good drive from Johnson to set that one up. I don't know if there's a little bit more moisture than what we see dripping on the court there.
I definitely see kind of all the players kind of like kicking the court, scuffing their shoes to make sure it's dry, but yeah, it looks like that ball might have skid on that sideline. No, the call was in. Again, we saw the last few times Barr and Johnson have teamed up, Johnson has taken that left side while Barr has been on the right, but today we've seen him mix up a little bit.
Yeah, they've played a little more regular today, not as much stacking. They've done the occasional half stack. We got some more water They're checking the lines right now, too. Looks like there's some water creeping in the back corner where we initially had it all come in.
And probably, we got sheets and things barricading the side, but of course they're saturated, so probably some moisture is sort of retained in there. All right, Deckel doesn't want to play.
Somehow the conditions changed between our women's match and the men's match right now.
Navratil having a word. I don't know the exact rule about how they sort of agree to not play, or they all have to agree to not play if the court is deemed playable, by the refs, or what's the situation. So, it's obviously still raining pretty heavily here in Mesa. We are able to keep the water at bay on the side here. A couple drops here and there in the kitchen have kind of creeped in, but other way, Zane's got to find the camera, find his good angle. So having a discussion here. Can't hear, unfortunately, what they're discussing, but it was sort of my understanding that if the court's deemed playable by the refs and
tournament director,
I'm not sure one player can just sort of decide they don't like it. But of this four, it would be Deckel Bar if it's going to be somebody. So,
well, yeah, if it's deemed playable by head referee, tournament director, and only one player does not want to play, but the other three are okay with it, or even, let's say JW and Deckel, all four players have to agree to not play.
And it doesn't look like they're waiting on anyone to come in. They're simply just kind of deciding what to do, because if they don't play, we'll probably get the ladies back on court, I imagine. And didn't seem to be any issues in that previous matchup. All right, well, while we are still figuring this out, looks like it'll be just a moment. While we're waiting, why don't we take a quick moment and learn a little bit more about Mr. Zane Gucci Navratil.
I am Zane Navratil, 26 years old, from Austin, Texas, via Racine, Wisconsin is where I'm originally from. My dad started playing pickleball when I was in high school. I was a good tennis player. I'd kind of heard about it, but I was not convinced about this one until I tried it. My approach to playing is very percentage-based and calculated. I am probably a little bit more aggressive in singles than other people. I try to use my bit of athleticism and figure out patterns and whatnot that works. I think it's just the enthusiasm that people have is infectious. Being able to interact with the person next to you and also the people across the court makes it a lot more social, a lot more fun. And I think there's a pretty solid case for it to be an Olympic sport. I think that will happen at some point or another. Nobody has the crystal ball, but it's just exciting to ride the pickleball wave.
I'm JW Johnson. I'm 19 years old and I'm currently living in Delray Beach, Florida. First time I ever heard of pickleball was about 4 years ago. I was a tennis player and I just heard it. We went to a park one time, tried it out, and ever since then we loved it and kept playing. I think the social aspect is competitive, but there's also a lot of people that like to be social and friendly as opposed to other sports. And aside from that, it's kind of like anybody can play it too. It's definitely a shorter course, so that's a lot better. It's also a lot like faster reaction time, like after the net. Whereas tennis, usually one's back, one's up, or both are back. So that's a little bit better, I think, and it's just more fun. I would like to see it in like the Olympics in like a few years probably. That would, they can get different places to play, maybe European countries maybe. So that'd be exciting.
All right, so a discussion still being had here as we're figuring out the court. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, gives a shout out to some of our sponsors, and then we'll be back into the action hopefully soon if these gentlemen can get it together. And we're back into it after this.
No time to waste under the setting sun into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
All right, so as you can see, it is pouring still. It's been pouring since the rain started, but looks like our gentlemen have agreed to get back into it here. So we are going to give our ref the okay to get going here.
15 seconds.
All right, so back into it as we're barely kicking off into our winter bracket final. Zane Navratil, Stefan Alvern on the near end. Deckelbar, J.W. Johnson on the far end.
That ball is out. J.W. trying to do his interpretive dance to get that ball to call back in to the sideline.
It's been a minute since I've seen the butterfly from J.W. Johnson.
This was the inflatable
Wacky inflatable guy at the car dealership.
Yes,
Love
yes,
it.
that one. If anybody out there knows what that name is, put it in the chat.
Oh, nice, Sam. He just is so nonchalant about it.
Oh, and it landed in.
I mean,
I'm just going to stand there and
just doing
I'm going
J.W. Johnson
to flick
things.
at it right here, back over the right shoulder of Stefan Avon. Two guys that you can't leave a ball up to is Deckelbar and J.W. Johnson.
Yeah, just Auburn couldn't get his paddle in the correct position.
That's part of what we talked about earlier, where he just leaves that paddle down by his side.
Tough.
Good pick up there from Johnson right at his toes. Ball goes wide off the net. So 4-1-2 for Johnson and Barr.
Nice job by Navratil there, getting a little bit of a poach and then getting a good angle. And do a quick little wipe up of those dots that are dropping in the kitchen.
Ball's wide. Johnson going for a little too much with that roll. Navratil wiping his paddle off. Potential a little bit of moisture hanging in the air.
I mean, we saw that humidity is at a super high level with the rain coming in, so just kind of moisture in the air in general.
Good job by Johnson taking those balls early. Navratil is asking both referees if they saw that one in. Quick flick from J.W. Johnson.
Nice job from Auburn that time handling the backhand flick from J.W. Johnson.
I think we'll see Johnson make an adjustment on the next one of those that he does. Go more right shoulder on Auburn. Vern's backhand roll, surprising Johnson.
Oh,
it's in. Oh.
I mean, a little backspin certainly helped. Navratil. Always having a good time out there.
Good spot from Barr. I think Navratil wanted to chance trying to come over and get that one. Oh, he's not able to adjust on the ball as it kicks up off the net cord. A good move by Barr on the third shot drive from Johnson. The ball, that return, just not quite getting deep enough. Like there's a little miscommunication between Avern and Navratil on that one.
Ooh. Bar wondering also what happened there.
That had no chance of going in the court. Interesting move by Johnson right there. Very late getting to that one. I think the movement by Johnson threw Barr off there.
Nope. I'm gonna wipe off those little drippy drips. I mean, luckily it's in a place pretty close to the net that players aren't going to be moving too drastically. So it doesn't pose quite as much of a threat as water in the back courts. Oh, nice job from Navratil getting low, a little pancake.
Squat.
Scorpion. Scorp. You just call that the Scorp now. Whoop, Scorp. Oh, great get. Oh. Yeah, that was tough. Auburn clearly kind of changed his mind in the middle of that because Barr left that up a little high. And then he was going to let it drop and then decided to take it out of the air, but pops it up a little bit.
Second guessing yourself never really
ends
works
well.
out well. That one just a little too high again to the Barr forehand. Oh, the ball went out.
Sails long. Fortunate for Navratil and Auburn.
Again, Avern sitting on that forehand. Johnson a little upset with himself on that, but again, when you're used to playing against right-handers, that's going into the backhand right there.
Yeah, and Auburn is he has a bit of a weird kind of way he hits his shots. Oh, no. Auburn, originally from France, came over to play tennis in college and then ultimately kind of foregoed that path to play video games, literally.
Oh, really?
He was a bit of a high-level gamer for a while in college and a little bit after, so ultimately he's decided to pursue that instead of college tennis. Let's get another pancake shot there from Barr. And that will give them a game point here in game one of our winner bracket final. And that serve long, return long, from Auburn will get it in the bag for them. We'll take a short break. Back with game two of our winner bracket final. Final one of our men's today, right after this. Welcome back. Game number two, kicking off in our men's winner bracket final. J.W. Johnson and Deckel Barr on the near end. Stefan Auburn and Zane Navratil on the far end. Got right on that back corner. So winner of this will head to championship Sunday. That's
We
what
wish it was
I know. That's why
Sunday.
it's just like I'm wanting it so badly. It's on my mind. The loser will head to bronze, which will be played Nope, tomorrow. That'll be played tomorrow because we have to work through that back draw of the men's tomorrow. So this is still our final match of the day. Good pull there from Navratil.
A good spot from Johnson. Navratil came up just a little early, anticipating a Vern to hit a good drop.
1-0-2.
I love reading JW's lips as he walks
It's the
back.
best. It is
So,
the best.
can't repeat the next 5 words. Dumb.
Oh, hey.
Oh, nice block. Okay.
Keep it in play and, you know, might come out on top of it. Don't give up on anything.
3-0-2.
And that ball just did not come up for a Vern.
0-3-1.
Hard to drive the ball over the net when you're coming above it at your knees.
Second serve. 0-3-2.
Oh, just wide. Almost brought it back in.
Yeah, he kind of
Didn't
sliced
shape
that
it,
backhand
yeah.
versus coming back around it.
1-3-2. Point.
Free point there puts Johnson and Barr back within 1. Make that all square. At 3s. Oh, that one just wide.
Wow, a couple of amazing gets, though, from Navratil and then Auvergne to keep them in that a little bit longer than they had any business being. I don't even know how to describe how he's hitting because he like gets low and sideways.
He hits with a cocked wrist where the paddle's still up. So it's very tough to roll that sometimes.
He always looks jammed up.
Yeah.
Regardless of what shot he's hitting, just kind of, yeah, it's just always.
The tip of the paddle is pointing straight up. Where
Yeah.
most of the times when you roll, your fingers are on the side, so it takes the paddle on kind of a 45-degree angle. He's sitting at like a 90-degree angle with his paddle, and that's one of the reasons why he missed that last ball into the net. When it stays down and that paddle's still sitting at a 90 degrees, you can't get the paddle head underneath the ball to get that shape back up and over the net. So we see Georgia and Julie Johnson.
Yep, Georgia is done for the day, having got herself in a third Championship Sunday gold medal match. But of course,
15 seconds. And 1 time out remaining. Right hand. 5-3-2.
oof. Some nice pickups. Oh, he was waiting for it. And he expected it high because he was so low. He put that just so far in the air.
3-5-1.
If possible, it is raining even heavier than it has for the last 6 hours.
And it probably is possible, because that is the day we are having.
Lawrence is getting her Starbucks delivery up here in the booth.
I am a diva. That's nice.
Navratil laughing at that one. I think for sure that was going out, but he's just like, hey, I wanted to hit it anyway. Why is it universally when you take a sip of something hot, you go...
I mean, it just makes you happy. It's a happy noise. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he got a little caught.
That was really the only option Johnson had right there. Good
He
ball.
wanted to punch his paddle.
4-5-1.
Not the best of speed ups there from Avern, and laughing about it a little bit. Knows he got away with one.
5-5-1.
We'll square at fives. Oh, good mid-pace roll there from Barr. Painting it right down the line. Avern never came across, actually, to cover.
Ugh. Great hands there from Navratil. Really jammed up there with that two-handed backhand right at that left hip, but handled it really well. I thought he missed that.
So did I.
Oh, it's good. Oh, nobody's left over there. Navratil just sneaking back behind Auburn. Whoops. Oh, jeez. Teamwork makes the dream work. Are you sensing that the two of us are going off the rails a little bit?
Slightly.
Yeah, I'm sensing us careening.
Whoa.
Good recovery off the net cord there.
I mean, let's see. It's been 6 hours and we've done 3 matches.
It happens.
I think the play's a little loose out there right now too. Yeah, we've talked about it throughout the day that it is a little rougher play today, just because of the atmosphere, the weather.
It's a weird day. Just a weird day.
Oh, good choice.
Ankle breaker.
Navratil sets up like he's going to speed that one up, and then an inside out forehand with some spin that kicks out wide as it hits that court.
Oh.
Johnson didn't move his feet there, just stuck the paddle out.
J.W. Johnson, like, he just, earlier he wanted to punch the paddle, and then that one he did a very tiny knee break motion.
I can tell from, well, I haven't done the knee break. I've snapped it on my leg, but I can tell from personal experience you cannot punch a paddle.
Yeah, I mean,
and
I've seen
hold it in
people
your
do
hand.
it, but it's gonna.
Yeah. I snapped the handle as soon as I hit a full swing. It just
Right, just like real good form, like just right through it.
Yeah.
Good
It's
follow
kind
through.
of like punching drywall. You know that it's
Yeah.
unless you hit a stud, it's kind of going to go through.
I feel like it would be my luck if I went to like break a paddle over my knee that it like wouldn't break and I would just end up like really hurting my leg.
I've
so weak I can't even just like
I've
break
done
my paddle.
I used to slap
your calf.
my calf. I snapped maybe 20 in 1 year just by hitting my calf like this. Not meaning to snap the handle.
You
but
broke 20 paddles in a year?
Yeah. That's why I don't play tournaments anymore.
Did you go to some therapy after that? Or that seems like a larger issue, Chad. Oh, nice. Oh,
just wide.
I had a chance.
Too competitive was my issue. Now, good play there by Navratil. Ball's
nice
just
lead.
wide.
I mean, just sort of overall today, the vibes on court, the style of play has been very sort of chaotic.
Oh,
A lot of
goodness.
scrambling, a lot of wildness.
That
Not a
miss
lot
right
of-
there from JW was a little chaotic as well. Brings up game point for Avern and Navratil here in game 2. Looking to push this one to a third.
Oh, boy.
That there's not a whole lot of rhythm.
Yeah, no.
It's just
Really
I
not.
might speed this one up,
Yeah.
or we're going to hit this ball here. Hasn't been a whole lot of consistent ball movement.
Oh, no. I mean, I like the poach, but again, it just puts Navratil in a tough spot there because he doesn't quite know where to go. Ultimately, not able to back Auburn up there.
Oh, he hit his.
Couldn't get the paddle out of the way.
That ball, for sure, no uncertainty about it. That ball was going out. Well, Barr and Johnson back within 2 now.
Yeah, we got a timeout from Navratil and Auburn as they're trying to slow the roll here and get themselves back into a little bit of a rhythm. They're pressing a little too much, trying to force some things to happen that are not there. I was hoping all the rain gets out of the way today and we're a little bit better tomorrow. That would be ideal. I don't think I could do another day like this, Chad. I don't think I could do it. I'm not strong enough.
I have had permanent goosebumps since I got here today.
All right, and they still are on first server, too, so they're going to get 2 stops here if Navratil and Auburn want to stay in this. Ooh, nice spot there. Good coverage of the line from Navratil. Oh, my gosh.
I think in that situation there, you're looking to reach in and speed that up, and then you can't get to it. You're not able to do that double speed up thought process. Oh, he got a paddle on it, but now we're all square.
Oh, but
Oh, JW was ahead of it.
Oh. I mean, Auburn got lucky there. That was a very risky
I don't know if that
speed
ball
up.
was going to stay in either.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
Wow.
The chaotic play continues. Bringing up game point again here for Avern and Navratil.
I'd like to see, especially Vern, not do that.
I knew it was going to happen
get
as
it out in
soon
time.
as where you were going. I would like to see Avern stay in this
Not
point a little bit
speed
longer.
it up
Not going to
just
happen.
as he does it.
But that one sails deep.
All right, game 3 coming your way. I expect probably another sort of chaotic third game. Why settle into a rhythm now? We're back into the conclusion of our winner bracket final to see who's heading to the final championship Sunday match right after this. Welcome back to the conclusion of our men's winner bracket final. This will be the final men's match of the day as Deckelbar scuffing his way onto the court. He's checking the moisture level. Deckelbar and J.W. Johnson will start this third game on the far end. Say Navratil and Stefan Auburn on the near end. They'll switch ends at 6 in this third game. I believe if Stefan and Navratil get into this gold medal match, that might be Stefan's first final period that he's been in, certainly his first championship Sunday appearance.
I think you're correct with that one. Bar selling that one with good body movement and then going back down the line behind Navratil.
Oh, great pickup from Auburn. Oh!
What?
Oh, no.
Oh.
Again. I mean,
Wow.
I'm just going to start. I don't have words anymore. It's just going to be sounds. Sounds and
Ooh,
noises.
what?
Oh.
Huh?
Ooh. I could do it. I mean, I half do it already, let's be honest. Barr's been backing up a lot. Oh. Stefan Avern has been getting so many shots back that ultimately he's not coming out on top of a lot of these exchanges, but he is keeping it in play far longer than it should be.
Balls out. I do like that reach in flick from Johnson, but sometimes he uses it just a little too much.
Yeah, it's sort of well documented. He likes to go to that shot, so you can pretty much start to anticipate it.
That's a not a good speed up there from Overn. He was out of position.
Yeah, there's a few players that kind of come to mind immediately that are kind of on the cusp of being maybe a top 10 player. And I think, my opinion is Auburn being one of them is really the impatientness is what holds them back.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right with that one. They've got good hands. They've got good power. And typically, you know, you pull the trigger on the ball too soon because you're not as comfortable staying in that dink rally or moving the ball around. So you get edgy and you're like, yeah, I don't know how much longer I can stay in this. I'm just going to try to end it right now. But Auvergne does like a faster pace of play as well. So a lot of players will speed that ball up to try to speed the game up itself.
And the thing is, if you like that, that's fine, but you have to do it on the right shots.
Yes.
It can't be just whenever you feel like it. You have to have the knowledge of this is the correct one to speed up and kind of sit in it until you get that opportunity. I mean, again, Navratil, that's impatience from him.
And that's the right ball to be a little bit more aggressive on, but it's not a full speed up. And his body was moving before he hit that one as well.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Talk, boys.
Deeks are in.
I can't feel my toes. I'd like everyone just to know.
Mine went numb 2 hours ago. I feel like I'm on stumps.
Yeah. Oh, oh.
Oh,
I almost thought he, like, touched the
he
post.
almost hit the post. But the net
wow, I mean,
added the little extra spin to bring that out past the net post. Oh, nice dig.
Again, like what?
That was kind of, I'm going to put, but that also, too, that goes to show, when a ball is hit hard at you, you don't have to do anything other than get a paddle on it.
Yeah.
Create a wall. You don't have to hit it back. You don't just block it and get it over.
Yeah, a lot of players, they swing through. You don't need to do that. The power is coming off your opponent's shot, and that will, you know, take it back across the net easily.
It worked out,
Yeah,
but again, not the right speed
nope,
up.
Nope. Zane, do not encourage that.
Auvergne and Navratil able to get 3 back, closing the distance to 1.
Barr's been changing up his serve. This third game, he's taken some of the power off of it, which is interesting.
Good drive there from Johnson.
And the thing, too, is about Auburn, besides the kind of funky way that he hits his shots, he doesn't like a backhand.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
wants
he's
to
always
hit
running around
everything
the
with the forehand, and that last shot that he missed, easily a backhand. It just hit a backhand, but when you're not comfortable with that, he puts himself out of position trying to hit a forehand.
Ooh.
That was wide. Would have stayed in.
It had the depth
Yep.
right. Just the left to right was a little off.
Oh, that was right on that baseline. All right, let's see how long they can sit in this. Yeah.
What saved him there is that they kept trying to hit back through him. One ball down to the feet, and it's a different story there. But
All right, but we are tied up, and Navarrete and Auburn looking for that 6 point to get the end change. Oh, boy.
oh, he had it. Moving a little too much. Overran it, even.
All right, so.
Quick side out there from Johnson and Barr.
Yeah, both of them getting those thirds in the net.
Courtney Palermo, you are hilarious. LSM Courtney actually works for me. She knows it's me.
She was being facetious.
She was being facetious.
All right, well, another quick side out, this time on the other end.
We were actually doing a camp last week, and Brendan Long called Courtney Becky for
Aw.
Becky Ryan. Just so then she could start calling me Morgan. That's where it came from.
I like it.
So,
All right, Barr and Johnson are the ones to finally break off of 5 and get the end change.
Navratil asking if they can switch out the ball as well.
Oh. All right. This has a bit of, I guess, bit of a exhibition / rec game feel.
Yeah.
Is why I think the vibes are a little weird here.
Time in. 6-5-1.
Auburn just a little too far out in front of that one.
Yeah, Auburn, I think
7-5-1.
sometimes he is sort of that player that swings through some defensive shots a little too much. Just tries to do a little too much with them. Abertel thinking about the ATP. Nice anticipation from Navratil as Barr tries to speed it up down that sideline.
Yeah, but just out of position a little bit there too with the speed up. Wow,
What
nice
a
coverage.
cover.
Now
I
that
mean-
just happened to go right into Avern's wheelhouse where he has his paddle down by his knee. So.
And he is very tall, so he does have that reach and length sort of at his disposal that he uses really well.
5-7-2.
Nice job reaching in from Navratil as that one got floated just a little high off the net cord.
6-7-2.
Oh, off the left thigh of Auburn. That might have gone out, too, if he was out of the way of that. Little flat from Johnson.
7-6-1.
It's good.
Spin back. Oh, full swing. I mean, honestly, Avern had to be careful there as far as hitting the net with. Oh, no, he wasn't that close. It just looked closer from our angle.
Yeah, we're a little higher up.
But we've had a jump in the numbers coming in. So all of those coming over and catching this match. It has been raining all day here in Mesa, Arizona.
Yes.
It is 50 degrees. Lauren and I, we cannot feel our toes anymore. We had a good 3-hour-ish rain delay. Maybe not that long, 2 hours.
I don't know. I lost track of time. Oh, this time Navratil gets one in the thigh.
6-7-2.
Oh, just stays in that baseline.
7-6-1. Second serve. 7-6-2.
A good spot there from Barr. And I-Fizz certainly not dumping on Avern.
Nobody was. They're just being annoying.
We think he is a phenomenal player.
I just appreciate the comments about one thing that we say and not everything that we say. Those are my favorite comments.
Yeah, another good spot there from Barr. Tougher. Well, it's a tough situation there. Avern doesn't want to stick his paddle out because he knows Navratil is going to come back.
Great pickup.
Good reach in there from Avern.
7-8-2.
Nice reset. Ooh. Oh.
I'm waiting for him to bite the paddle.
He's done that before, or
Yeah,
almost.
All square here at 8.
Oh, that one just sailed.
Missed. Serve there from Navratil, putting a little bit more pace on that one. That he swiped at it and it rolled along the paddle and went the opposite direction. I mean, he read that one well, but it was a little bit more unorthodox as far as how it came off the paddle.
Again, this is our final men's match of the day. The conclusion of the back draw into bronze will happen tomorrow morning, and then we will get into, after this, our women's back draw matches into bronze. Planning on trying to finish up their bracket today.
Good reach in from Johnson.
Note, Larry, I'm from the Midwest, and I'm used to this weather when I'm in the Midwest. I am not used to this weather when I'm in Arizona.
Not after you spent
or
some time
Florida,
in Florida
or Texas.
as well.
Exactly.
Oh,
that is tough. They're all tied up at 8s. Again, a couple just really nice gets from Navertil and Auvergne in that rally to keep it going.
No, we've got water creeping in the back.
Oh no, who's on water duty?
Yes, I can see the water coming out there.
Get a towel, get a towel. We might need to stop. Yep, we're gonna stop.
Yeah. The dam had held on for most of the time, and then it just broke. That's where all the water was coming in during our rain delay earlier in that back right corner.
So this was just a timeout, but I don't know if they're going to play on here or not.
Oh, Vivian David going in with a T-shirt, grabbing it out of the players' lounge right
I mean,
there.
they're gonna play on. They just want to get this match done with.
Get off court, Viv. Get off court, Viv. There we go. Johnson and Barr with match point here.
All right. Match point here for Johnson and Barr. And a sort of miss hit on a nice drive down that sideline from Navertil puts Johnson and Barr into championship Sunday. Auvergne and Navertil into bronze. J.W. Johnson looks very relieved to have come out on top of this match. Certainly a little messy, but we will head to our Franklin studio, and then we're into our women's backdraw matches as we work our way into bronze right after this, so stay with us. Thanks for joining. The APP SUNMED Mesa Open, brought to you by PowerPlate, the official recovery sponsor of the APP Tour. Selkirk, an official paddle sponsor of the APP Tour. SUNMED, your official CBD sponsor of the APP Tour. And Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginner to pro.
There was a time when I was young, my brothers were young, and we actually lived in just a small motel room for about 9 months, my brothers, my dad, and I. And it really taught us that you don't need a lot to be happy in life.
Welcome back to the Franklin Studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with J.W. Johnson and Deckel Barr as they have got themselves a spot on Championship Sunday. Standing on my cord, J-Dub. Excuse me, sorry. All right, a bit of a messy day, a lot of rain, a lot of sitting around, a lot of waiting. It seemed like neither team really kind of settled into any sort of groove or rhythm, kind of a bit chaotic in that match. Do you feel like that was kind of how that match played out?
Yeah, for sure. It's cold conditions. The balls are very hard. It's, tough to control. So there's a lot of drives, a lot of kind of missed hits or just floating some drops. So not the cleanest match, but, I'm glad we could pull it through at the end.
You two have kind of worked on your partnership throughout the matches that you have played together and the tournaments. You starting on that left side, then ultimately you kind of taking over the left side, and now it seems you're mixing it up a little bit. Have you sort of settled on you're both comfortable kind of switching back and forth?
Yeah, I'm kind of right side material right now, so I'm working on that always. But we just switched it up now. I think we're both comfortable with both sides, so we just like to mix it up a little bit.
A little interesting that tomorrow going into Championship Sunday, because of the rain delay, that back draw is playing tomorrow, so you won't even know who you're playing in that gold medal match until a little bit later in the morning. How are you sort of mentally going to prepare for that gold medal match, knowing that's kind of how it's going to play out?
We can watch them play tomorrow, so I think that's in our favor. We'll need a good warm-up. They'll be coming from playing already, at least one match, so going to get a good warm-up, watch them play, and discuss.
You were quite emotional for you out there in that match. A little frustration. There was some fake paddle snaps, some punches. Are we going to see the day when you actually snap a paddle on court? Do you think J.W. Johnson's possible?
Absolutely not. No.
All right, just absolutely not. Just the fake. Do you feel like that frustration kind of builds and you express that sort of, you yell at yourself a little bit under your breath, you kind of get annoyed? Your mom's said you're a bit of a perfectionist. Do you kind of just work through that frustration pretty quickly and turn it around the next point?
Yeah, 1 point, and then that's about it.
All right, he brushes it off easy. Good to know. Well, congratulations to these two. They're into Championship Sunday. And we are back here in Mesa, though, working our way through our ladies' back draw into bronze. So don't go anywhere. Still quite a few matches still to be played on our ladies' side, and we're back into it right after this.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
There was a time when I was young, my brothers were young, and we actually lived in just a small motel room for about 9 months, my brothers, my dad, and I. And it really taught us that you don't need a lot to be happy in life.
Welcome back, everyone.
She'll be back in just a second.
All right. We're ready.
We're ready. We're
ready.
back. I don't know.
Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. Are we back?
Yeah, we're back, but our microphones
Spencer,
aren't
are you still on talkback? I can't hear myself.
8-2-2 when we start.
All right. So we are breaking into this match. All right. So we are breaking into a backdrop match here that was interrupted by the rain.
6 hours ago.
A million years ago, another lifetime ago. We have Vivian David and Lina Padigamete. Padigamete at 29 out of Austin, Texas, and Vivian David 25 in Dripping Springs, Texas, very close by. They take on Millie Rain and Alexandra Hadzian.
Bless you.
Thank you. 28 years old out of Austin, Texas, and Rain 24 out of Boca Raton, Florida. So Rain, the lone Floridian here on court with a bunch of Texans. Did not get a chance to ask Hadzian where she's from originally, but I am very sure it's Eastern European.
I would say that, yes.
Possibly Russia, but we did not get a chance to ask her before kicking off into this match.
And
so the score is going to be 8-2-2.
8-2-2.
David and Padigamete
to serve. And we did already apologize to Hudson for...
Yes.
I'm going to pronounce her name wrong 1,000 times.
I mean, there's only so much we can do with our
15
accents
points
as well. So again, this is a match to 15 in our back draw. Oh, Vivian David did not take her pants off yet, so she's got to get rid of those. The winner of this match faces Lauren Stratman and Andrea Koop. But next up on court after the conclusion of this match, we're going to have Rule and Walker taking on Burr and Gaten Leach. I am not sure whether or not that match was already underway as well when the rain came, but the winner of that will face the Brasha sisters. And then, so we have
8-2-2.
I believe 6 matches still to get through here. They will all be to 15, however. Oh, all right, just coming out firing here.
2-8-1.
Good power there from Padigamete.
2-8-2.
Good partnership here between Padigamete and David. David, a predominantly right side player, and a very good one at that. Padigamete, a left side player. Actually, her and Stefan Auvergne play together quite often.
Oh, yeah, that was definitely sailing out, but David not quite sure about that. Again, these ladies have been sitting for quite a while, so it's tough to come in
2-8-1.
into a match already and get back into a rhythm. Nice job from Padigamete. Really working that angle, finally gets a bit of a pop-up that she can put away. And, of course, she's very tall, so there's a lot of reach into that kitchen. So this is the first time I am seeing Hadzian play, and she's a power player.
Power behind
yeah,
it.
she's
Tennis
looking
player.
for that pace.
I actually met her out in good absorption. Out in Newport Beach. She's part of the stats crew that does stats for MLP.
Nice.
I think it's 002 stats, something like that. Can't remember. They'll probably beat me up the next time I see them. But
the tiny whisper in my ear, I think, said real player stats.
Real clear is another. We've got a couple of stats companies coming into it.
Oh, David. She did a great job staying in that, setting herself up.
Oh, thanks, Dave. He said Sasha is from
Russia. I thought she was from Russia. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, David's so good at those resets, even from the transition zone. But again, it's sitting a while. It's cold.
Couple of misses on the forehand side there for Vivian David.
10-1.
Oh, that ball just going deep off the net cord.
Okay.
Yikes.
Oof.
More power out there than the men's match that we just watched.
10-4-1.
Nice ball into the body by Hadzian.
10-4-2.
Force on the pop-up from Padigamite.
Yeah, she's looking for those speed ups for sure. Tough. Let's see if Hadzian and Rain can settle in here a little, try and gain some momentum.
Oh, she was ahead of it. Padigamite definitely anticipating those hard balls coming at her from Hadzian.
Nice job pinning her back. Oh, and finally gets the error.
She's
They're not letting her get in.
Tried to add a little bit more spin to get that to drop in, but mishit it.
10-4-1.
Yeah, that's the tough thing when you have so much power in your shots. If you do happen to pop off that net, it's almost always going to go out just because you've hit it with so much power.
I was actually going to say I was pretty impressed with how far it went out when it hit the net, which means there was a ton of power behind that ball.
12-4-1.
Another net cord that sails. So tough. Trying to get something going.
13-4-1.
Yeah, David and Padigamite have settled in a little bit more than Rain and Hadzian have here as we're getting into this match. timeout here from Rain and Hudson as they are trying to slow the momentum, but we'll have a match point for Padigamaite and David. As I mentioned, coming up after this one, we're going to have Tatiana Rule and Angie Walker facing Sarah Burr and Sierra Gayton Leach. And then after that, 3 matches remaining to see who will get into that bronze medal match against Etta Wright, Susanna Barr, but Vivian David and Lina Padigamaite are 1 step closer to being that team as they defeat Rain and Hudson here in their match to 15. So we'll take a very short break and back into our next match to 15 right after this.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
back into our next backdraw match here in our women's pro doubles bracket. This one was indeed underway as well when the rain came. We have Sierra Gayton-Leach and Sarah Burr taking on Tatiana Rule and Angie Walker. Currently, Gayton-Leach and Burr are up 12-3 here in this match to 15, so they are 3 points away and they will have the serve, so this could be a short appearance for these four ladies. But on the far end of the court, Sarah Burr in the blue, Sierra Gayton-Leach in the black. On the near end, we have Tatiana Rule in the black and Angie Walker in the cream. Rule, 26 years old, out of Magnolia, Texas, while Walker, 24, out of West Vancouver, British Columbia in Canada. And then Sarah Burr, 36, out of Runaway Bay, Australia. And Sierra Gayton-Leach, 31, in Coronado Del Mar, California.
Big power. Big start.
13-3-1.
Yeah.
Point.
Sarah Gayton-Leach playing her college tennis at the University of Texas. Definitely has some power behind her ball.
Yeah,
Oh.
Burr's got that crazy spin serve. Oh, excuse me.
Second server. 14-3-2.
Match point again here. Ooh. All right, good hold. Sarah Burr also not from, I mean, she's from Australia, but she does still currently live in Australia.
She lives in Australia. She's just out here for a few months with her husband and kids, traveling around a little bit. Pickleball not as big in Australia.
Got to see her in Houston.
I would liken pickleball in Australia right now to the 2015-ish in the U.S.
Tough.
So back around when we started playing.
All right, Burr is going to rock that spin serve here to try and close out this match.
It's over.
Second server.
Seen a couple of those errors there from Burr.
14-3-2.
It's coming a little flat.
Oh, yeah, she just crushed that drive. Tough to handle it, and that will be the match for Burr and Sierra Gayton-Leach, who move on to face Mary and Maggie Brasha. But coming up next, we're going to have Elena Pidigamete and Vivian David back on court, this time facing Lauren Stratman and Andrea Koop. While the following will be Burr and Gayton-Leach taking on the Brasha sisters. So we are continuing to move through our back draw in these matches to 15. Our bronze medal match will also be a match to 15 due to the rain delay. So we will complete our women's draw here today, while of course a reminder, the men's back draw will be completed tomorrow morning before we get into Championship Sunday. So stay tuned. We're not done yet here in Mesa. Back into it right after this. The APP SUNMED Mesa Open, brought to you by Yola for the champion in you. Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Scottsdale's entertainment destination. Pro XR Pickleball, an official paddle sponsor of the APP Tour. And Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginner to pro.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
Still raining cats and
we can't even
dogs.
see- Who's walking in front of the camera? Come on, people.
I mean, unbelievable. Focus it, Mitch. Focus it. They ruined the focus. I mean, you can still kind of tell. Raining cats and dogs here in Mesa, Arizona still. But luckily we have kept the water at bay here. I mean, 54, 94% humidity, 14-mile-an-hour winds. What a lovely day for pickleball.
I tell you what,
Just beautiful.
I am much happier and much warmer right now, though,
Oh yeah,
in
you
my
got a
puffy
jacket.
coat.
Yeah, you got a puffer.
Thank you.
I should have brought my, those like sleeping bag coats that are like
Yes.
floor length. They are not for fashion. They are for survival only.
All
I
want-
got that when I lived in Chicago. I had all the coats.
The
all
snuggie.
the coats.
Bring out the
Pretty
snuggie
much.
in this
I always
one.
called it a sleeping bag.
Yeah. Yeah, I had plenty of cold weather stuff.
Yeah, we just weren't expecting it.
Wasn't
I mean,
expecting to freeze.
Arizona has really done me dirty more than once, I have to say. More than once. And it is...
Oh, goodness.
It's a lot of disrespect. A lot of disrespect from Arizona, I have to say.
What happens in Arizona stays in Arizona.
Oh, man. All right, our next match to 15 on deck. Lina Padigamete and Vivian David, who we just saw briefly as they completed their earlier match. They now face Lauren Stratman and Andrea Koop in a match to 15 to stay alive in our backdraw. Padigamete, 29 years old, playing for Team Electrum out of Austin, Texas. Her partner, Vivian David, 25, in Dripping Springs, Texas, just outside of Austin. Very recently officially announcing joining Team Carbon. So congrats to her. I know DJ Young was more than happy to welcome her to the family. They take on, of course, Andrea Koop and Lauren Stratman. Andrea Koop out of Grand Haven, Michigan, where she is a full-time lawyer, 31 years old, and playing for Team Paddle Tech. And rounding out our ladies here is 28-year-old Lauren Stratman in Seymour, Tennessee. Right around, I believe, the Knoxville, Tennessee area. Perhaps a little bit more familiar to some people, playing for Team Electrum. We got 2 Electrum players on the court, 1 Paddle Tech and 1 Carbon. So as more and more paddle companies sort of flooding the market, continuing to see new names and new brands out there. Lauren McLaughlin and Chad Edwards here courtside. Again, look at that puffer. It's so beautiful.
I got it. I'm warm. I don't look like a abominable snowman.
I know, that's true. I mean, we look like we should be in the Midwest. We should be in New York right now where they're just getting crushed with snow.
On here, they're saying 54 is warm. Yes, but Lauren and I came from South Florida.
Yeah, we were in Florida.
It
and
was
54
90.
here.
It was 90 degrees on Tuesday.
Yeah.
54 and rainy is a little chilly. Oh, I've been complaining. I have been complaining of cold weather non-stop today. I was complaining of non-stop in Palm Springs when it was 60 degrees as well.
I love it. Simone just over here busting your chops. She's done playing, so she's here hassling the crew in the booth.
Because I complain when it's 98 degrees as well.
All right, looking at our top 10 standings here for women's doubles, Andrea Koop on the top of that board with Georgia Johnson following. Speaking of Simone Georgim in that third place, but then Vivian David on court and Lauren Stratman in those 4 and 5 spots, while Lina Padigamete, I'm sure close to breaking into that top 10. I expect it to be coming her way sooner rather than later. We'll just have a few more minutes of warm-up here. It looks like Stratman and Koop are going to be on the near end. Padigamete and David on the far end. Padigamete originally from Lithuania. Has one young son. I believe he just recently turned 2, if I recall correctly. So I'm sure she's enjoying that toddler stage. Do you remember that stage fondly, Chad?
I do remember that toddler stage. I do not miss the terrible twos.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a stage called the Terrible Twos, it does not.
It lasts until about 17.
I was literally going to say, like, teens. All right, we'll switch ends at 8 in this match to 15.
Ball just deep. You know, we do talk about the weather, but summer is hot and winter is cold, regardless of where we are.
Yep.
Lauren and I both live in Michigan. Well, that ball's deep as well. Yes, when I lived in Michigan, 54 felt warm because right now it's 18 degrees. But now being in Florida, 54 is freezing.
Yeah, thins the blood.
Nice setup there by Koop.
Yeah, just kind of kept going in the same pattern until she got what she was looking for.
3-0-2.
Koop and Stratman out to a 3-0 lead. Oh, good attempt at that pickup from Stratman after Koop not able to get a paddle on it.
Nice drive there by Vivian David. Koop getting caught in that stack coming cross court. Padigamete trying to roll that third shot. A little too much left hand, pushing that down.
1-3-2.
Padigamete and David still trying to find a little bit of rhythm here. Came out, played a couple of quick points in their previous one. That's a good forehand there from David. Oh, she
yeah,
didn't
just
shape it
missed
back. He just flicked at it. Oh, the ball's deep.
All right, timeout here from David and Patigamente as they are now trailing 1-5 to Stratman and Coop. I know David and Patigamente have got to play with each other many, many times. They're in the same area of Texas, play together a lot. I am not positive if they've played a tournament together, possibly one.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
But I
about
know
that one either.
Coop and Stratman have played a couple together. A lot of discussion happening between both teams as they're getting ready to come out of this timeout. Tough as that one was probably sailing along. Couple nice pickups from Stratman and Coop.
It's not a bad ball to speed up there from Padigamaite, but she didn't quite get the head of the paddle underneath the ball, so it came out flat.
Oh, foot fault on David there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just that little tip of toe as she kind of was shifting her weight forward, just a touch off balance. And that will be our end change here. Stratman and Coop out to an 8-1 lead. Oh, Julian Arnold in the house. Just, I'd love a big Andiamo out of him to try and fire up some people. Doubt we'll get it, though. He doesn't look like he's in an Andiamo type of mood.
Not quite. It's looking... just out. Plenty of firepower there from Padigamaite and David.
What are you thinking should be a possible adjustment from the two of them to get back into this match?
They're going to be a little bit more patient. I do.
Oh, tough. Off the cheek.
Yeah, a little bit more patient, but that one worked out. Staying in the points just a little longer. It's typically Padigamaite is one to pull the trigger a little early.
Mm-hmm. Both refs
more
on
foot
that
faults
one.
called in this match
yeah.
than we have all day.
I know. Yeah. Andrea Coop with that right toe fully on that line. Like Padigamaite, who really likes to drive and speed up the ball, I feel like She's got good drops, but they have a lot of pace on them. So sometimes when you're hitting that drop with a lot of pace, it can float a little high.
It will go a little deeper.
It's a little bit between kind of a drive and a drop. You can see even those dinks. I mean, she has so much pace on them, so much top
nice
spin.
pickup.
Oh, boy.
She overcooked it. Excellent pickup there from Stratman. But yes, you are correct. You said a little bit more aggressive on the drops and the dinks. Sometimes they work out well, but you do have a tendency to push them a little bit deeper.
Mm-hmm. Love that poach idea from Vivian David. I think she had a shot at it, a little shuffle two-step there of frustration.
8-5-1.
Digamaite and David have closed the gap though here. Great spot right up the middle. Just a little moisture on that ball.
Oh, I think that ball may have been going out.
5-8-2.
Yeah, nice job. Digamaite is usually going to attack those balls. She's closing ground. She's got a lot of length working to her favor, so she can do that very quickly.
6-8-2.
Unbelievable pickup there from David. She anticipates it well, but she's just got that paddle in the wrong position.
My mother has joined the chat.
I saw. She wants to know. They did buy that. They bought that coat.
Yes, we did buy the coat. But it was a Old Navy special. Oh, that is a very big swing from Digamaite right there.
9-6-2.
Ball's deep.
I think thought that might have caught that back line, but we're going to have a timeout here from Digamaite and David as they're now trailing 6-10. Second and final timeout for them. In this match to 15. Coming up next in our back draw we will have Sarah Burr and Sierra Gayton-Leach facing Maggie and Mary Brasha. The winner of this match will face the winner of that match in the final feeder into bronze, where Susanna Barr and Etta Wright are waiting to see finally who will join Simonia Jardim and Georgia Johnson in that gold medal match tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
10-6-2.
What the heck?
I'm just.
I mean, Vivian David takes the sweatshirt off, and then she's just ripping two-handed backhands.
I mean, that was battle of the two-handed backhands without question in there, but these ladies just so talented. Just a touch too late, and that ball just a touch too low.
Oh, Audrey Bamberger.
Just so much pace on these dinks.
Oh.
Wow.
Now, that's what you call ball movement.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Excellent dinking rally. Ball sits up just a little bit and starts that exchange.
7-10-2.
Oh, the ball's out. And we saw that from Stratman a few times in the last match that we saw them on here on Championship Court number 1. She does choose the right balls to speed up, but getting a little big at times. Missed a few balls deep. It's ultimate. Oh, no.
Oh, that's rough. It's a rough break, but they still have some time. Just trailing by 2. Let's see if they can get 2 stops and try and get back in and shake off that error here, not let it do too much damage.
Good exchange there from Padigamayate. I do think she hit a ball in the middle of that that was probably going out off of the paddle of Stratman.
But that exchange right there is why she's known as Wonder Woman. Not that one. Don't look at that one.
Go. No, I mean, that's an excellent drop. Tough ball to try to pick up. Nice job from Coop right there. The inside-out backhand into David. Forces that pop up.
12-8-2.
have been given the schedule for tomorrow for Medal Match Sunday. Our broadcast will start at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. I'll give you guys that order when we have a moment. Beautiful spot. We will start our day with our women's pro singles match, Georgia Johnson versus Mary Brasha, followed by our men's pro singles, Federico Staxrud taking on J.W. Johnson. Oh, a little off speed there from Coop. Threw off David a little bit. Our third match of the day tomorrow will be mixed. Simone Georgime and Dylan Frazier take on Georgia Johnson and DJ Young. Really nice lob, but great get from David, and they're right back into it. Nice.
Oh, good
Oh,
dot.
my goodness. Ooh. Chris, I wish you were here too. I've had like 3 hot drinks already today. It's barely touched the surface. Oh, hi, Eddie. We are freezing, yes. Oh, yeah, might have been going out.
Oh, my goodness. How about an exchange? Again, Padigamate hitting a ball there in the middle that was probably going out, but they stayed in that point.
All right, so to conclude our championship Sunday that kicks off at 10 a.m. tomorrow Mountain Time, we will have our, as I mentioned, women's pro singles, men's pro singles, mixed pro doubles, and then our men's doubles. J.W. Johnson and Deckelbar already have a spot. We will find out who they will face tomorrow with the conclusion of our men's back bracket. Too many B's. And we will conclude our day tomorrow with our women's pro doubles. Again, Simone Georgime and Georgia Johnson will face someone to be determined by
TBD.
today. So we will know who they'll face by the end of today here after 3 more matches, I believe we have to go here still.
Receivers, you still have 1 timeout remaining.
Coming up next, Sarah Burr and Sierra Gayton Leach take on Maggie and Mary Brasha. The winner of that faces the winner of this for a shot into bronze.
Padigamate and David bringing it back all square now.
12-12-2.
David getting a little too far forward there. Padigamate leaving that one up for Coop.
12-12-1.
Good defense there from David. Stratman getting just a little too big again. Body turned a little too much.
I mean, what a turnaround here for Patigamaite and David, being down 8-1 at the end change, now here at 12-12.
Wow. Two really good resets there from David. Gets that ball down, and then Padigamante just steps up and rips it right through.
Oh, gotta love a frustrated Vivian David is a smiling, laughing, jumping around.
I was going to
Vivian
say,
David.
Vivian David frustrated looks like most people when they're happy and
Exactly.
excited. Good reach in there from
reach
David.
in. I was going to say, since the beginning of this match, all four ladies have really settled in. They've been into a very nice rhythm groove here. A lot of great movement on these dink rallies.
Got drinking on your brain.
And the thing, too, is it is 5:30 here, and it feels like midnight.
Yeah.
It is so dark, and it's been so rainy and gross, and I'm cold, and I'm just like, shouldn't I be in bed right now? And then I look at the clock, and it's 5:30, and I'm just like, what? And there are the Brasha sisters. Yes, wave to the people, wave to the people. Oh, yeah, they're ready. They're getting ready. They are up next on court, as we've mentioned, so trying to stay warm before they can fully get out here and warm up.
So, big turnaround here for Padigamaite and David, bringing up match point.
Fabulous job from them. Just shows you nobody is out of it. Match point. And they get it done. So down 8-1 at the turn.
Wow.
Vivian David and Lina Padigamaite just find what works and stick with it all the way into the next round. So a big comeback for them. Congratulations, Lauren Stratman and Andrea Koop. Done for the day now here in women's doubles. We'll take a short break. As I mentioned, those Brasha sisters on court next against Sarah Burr and Sierra Gayton Leach. Don't go anywhere.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
The APP SUNMED Mesa Open, brought to you by Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Scottsdale's entertainment destination. Rayon's Financial, intelligent and insightful financial solutions. And Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginner to pro. Welcome back, everyone, to our next backdraw match here in our Women's Pro Doubles bracket as we work through to the conclusion of our ladies bracket. As a reminder, if you're just joining, our men's bracket is completed for the day, going through our top half, but the back half will complete tomorrow morning before we get into Championship Sunday. On deck, we have Maggie and Mary Brasha taking on Sarah Burr and Sierra Gayton Leach. Sarah Burr in the blue, Sierra Gayton Leach on the bottom left corner of your screen, currently warming up with Sarah. And they face Maggie and Mary Brasha. Maggie on the far end in the visor, Mary on the near end in the hat. Looks like the Brashas will head to the far end for game one. Burr and Gayton Leach on the near end. Mary Brasha 23, Maggie 20, both out of Mission Viejo, California. Sarah Burr 36 from Runaway Bay, Australia, where she still currently lives, just in the States for a few months with her husband, traveling around, playing some pickleball tournaments. I've got to see her a few times, which has been nice. Really good player. Hope we get to see her at more tournaments. Sierra Gayton Leach, 31, out of Corona Del Mar, California. Burr also has a spin serve that she's going to implement for perhaps the final tournament of her 2022 season before that is no longer allowed. Winner of this match faces Lina Padigamete and Vivian David in the final feeder to bronze. That will be coming up next. This is a match to 15. We'll switch ends at 8. Nice pickup there from Maggie and a beautiful two-handed backhand there from Mary. As they are obviously still trying to warm up. A lot of bouncing going on. Trying to keep the muscles warm and loose. Burr, a lefty, so she's going to be predominantly on that right side. Lauren McLaughlin here with Chad Edwards. So we are almost done with our, what seems like very, very long day. Very wet day, we'll say that for sure. But on my recent trip to the restroom, I have noticed it stopped raining. So
it has.
First things first. Very nice to see that. Everyone send dry and warm thoughts to Mesa, Arizona for tomorrow. Mary Brasha in one championship Sunday match tomorrow in our women's pro singles against Georgia Johnson. Maggie Brasha getting a bronze in mixed yesterday with Hayden Patriquin.
Ball left up just a little too high to Sarah Burr. Oh, she threw herself off with the attempted spin. Mary Brasha just a little upset over leaving that one up.
Ooh, that fully extended forehand put away. We've seen a couple ladies with those today. I think Mary's got to be aware and sort of make the adjustments that because Burr is a lefty, when she's cross-court dinking, she cannot leave anything a little too high on that left side because that is her forehand. So she's got to try and create a little bit more angle or keep that ball down for sure.
Flying Maggie, Mary right there. Just overcooking that one deep.
Ooh. It's going to sail just a smidge long there. I mean, good setup, but again, just Burr and Gatenleach have played a little bit already today, while the Brashas are kind of coming in cold here, so it looks like they're trying to still settle in a little bit. They do have a lead, but shrinking quickly.
No, it's just out. I like the misdirect there. Right. Paddle face just a little too open.
Oh, what a pickup from Maggie. Oh, tough.
Burr and Leach tying it back up at 4.
Yeah, Mary Brasha struggling a little bit here in the beginning of this match, just sailing some shots long.
Yeah, just getting a little too big with her swing. Trying to do a little too much with it. And if she looks at shortening it up, not trying to overhit. Bo's had a couple of nice counterattacks.
That's good. Ooh. Mary says, thank you. Finally, something going our way here.
4-5-1.
Oh, switching up the stack between Burr and Gaten Leach.
Yeah, I've done it a couple of times. Just going straight up. Got to switch back here after this return. No.
Second serve.
Still figuring out where they're going.
Yeah.
As the service.
Yeah. No. First one. Yeah.
Good get there from Burr. Oh yeah, she
that was
did not have that.
Extremely ambitious because that ball was not going to get far enough outside the net post for the ATP. That's a better job from both the brushes there, staying more compact. A couple of nice forehands from Mary to end it.
They're starting to look a little bit more settled. Oh, yeah, beautiful.
Good roll. Gonna switch sides now.
Again, had a lead.
Switch ends.
Almost lost it. Pulled away a little here. But we'll see if they can keep it rolling here as they come to the near end for the conclusion of this match to 15. Both the Barrages out of Mission Viejo, California, as I mentioned, playing for Team Selkirk, which they signed with this year. And I don't know if you've asked Sarah, but have you heard the name of her pet kangaroo? Since I assume all of you Aussies have one. That's how it works, right?
I did have a pet kangaroo growing up as well.
Are you joking?
No, I'm dead serious.
Oh, my gosh.
My pet kangaroo's name was Sky.
Oh, well, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
I did not ask Sarah's hers, though.
Yeah, I assume, I mean, she might have more than one. I'm not sure. How are you allowed to collect them in Australia?
You have to have
Or is it limited?
You have to have a special license.
Yeah, that makes
unless you
sense.
live out in the country and they're just wild
Oh.
on your property. But
Yep.
we got ours. The mother was hit by a car, and we took in the Joey. And they had to come out and check our property and make sure it was safe. So, yeah, He came down to the bus stop with me every morning.
Did you have to put it on a leash?
No, I just followed the rest of the dogs.
Oh, that's nice.
You know, we had a property of misfits.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, I'm not lying, Shay. Had a sheep called Foggy Weather, a goat called Billy, a couple of dogs, and a kangaroo called Sky.
Nice effort from Mary to get up there off the net cord.
Oh, but just coming out a little flat.
9-5-1.
Oh. Yeah, Burr struggled the last few rallies, floating some, just a little too high.
Yeah, not getting enough wrist into that roll. It's just coming up as an open face.
Oh, we got a Aaron D'Onofrio sighting, who of course is cheering on the Barrages. With Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil over there. Speaking of a bunch of misfits.
Sarah Burt a little upset there, just dropping the paddle down for the timeout. So after being relatively close, or was close at 5s, Brasher sisters are now able to pull away, up 7.
And in our back draw, winner of this will face Lina Padigamete and Vivian David next. That will be the final feeder match into bronze. So we will have that final feeder, as I mentioned, and then winner of that takes on Susanna Barr and Etta Wright in the bronze medal match to see who's heading to Championship Sunday. Oh, yeah. Probably should have let that go to Maggie. A little out of position.
Nice sequence there from Maggie. Good backhand misdirecting on the body of Gaten Leach to start it all off.
Yeah, it looks like Maggie kind of was undecided what she wanted to do with that. Vivian David and her sister Abby Brooks, along with Lina, waiting for their match next. Oh, great pickup there from Sierra. All right, so put a little something together here. See if Burr and Gaten Leach can string a few together. Try and put the pressure on a little bit more. Definitely a handful of net cords here in this match. I think almost all of them going the way of the Brashas right now.
6-13-2. Side out. 13-6, 1. Second serve. 13-6, 2.
Maggie getting a little aggressive on that last shot, taking a step in. Oh yeah, do not have an error on 14, that's for sure.
14-6, 2.
Good job recognizing that. Match point here for the Brashas. Oop, not gonna happen quite yet.
Six, 14, 1. Second serve.
Gaten Leach plays very bent over from the waist. Doesn't use a whole lot of legs, but she does get low as far as posture-wise. Sometimes on the backhand side, that does hurt her.
14-6, 1.
All right, 2 more opportunities to close out this match. And they will only need one. So Maggie and Mary Brasha will face Lina Padigamete and Vivian David next. I'm sure they don't need too much of a break. They're going to want to stay warm, moving around a lot, getting into that next match. So we are 2 away from concluding our day here as we're sailing through our back draw on the ladies' side. This will be our final feeder match into bronze, which will also be a match to 15, unlike a normal bronze medal match had we not dealt with the rain delay that we had today. But stick with us. 2 more matches remain to see which of these ladies' teams heads to championship Sunday tomorrow to face Simone Jardim and Georgia Johnson. We're back into it right after this. The APP SUNMED Mesa Open, brought to you by PowerPlate, the official recovery sponsor of the APP Tour. SUNMED, your official CBD sponsor of the APP Tour, and Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginner to pro.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
Back here as the rain has turned back on in Mesa,
spoke
Arizona.
too
I'm
soon,
so
Lauren.
sorry. So sorry.
Now look, the humidity is
the wind-
100%.
Oh my gosh, the wind has gone down though. It's like
Yes.
you gain one thing, you lose another. What are you going to do? Only 6 o'clock here, but pitch black, of course, thanks to this time of year at Bellbank Park. And 2 matches remain here in our day. Tomorrow, of course, we kick off our back draw. I don't believe we'll be streaming any of the back draw matches for the men's doubles as they need to complete before we kick off into Championship Sunday tomorrow. Our stream will be starting at 10 a.m. Mountain Time with our women's singles, men's singles, mixed doubles, men's doubles, and women's doubles, or the other way around for the doubles. I can't remember now. Let me look. Don't want to tell anyone.
No. 3 is
I was
mixed.
Correct.
4 is women's.
Mixed,
5 is men's.
men's, women's. Nope,
Yeah.
it's men's and women's at the end. Because we got to give Georgia Johnson the breaks because she's
well,
in
Ken
3.
changed it up because they were going to do 3 and 4 for
well.
mixed and women's.
I was given by D. Davison, who's running this tournament, this schedule.
Wow.
D, if you're listening and it's changed, better let me know now so I don't give the people wrong information.
Anything else. My dad, it looks like my dad just joined the chat as well with under my
Mom
mum's
and
name. Yeah, under my mum's name. Oh, just a little long there from Mary.
I do need to give a very, very public thank you and shout out to Dee Davison running the desk because rain days are the worst for the tournament desk. They got to shuffle around. They got to figure out where to put everybody when, how to work it out. So that can be a very stressful and tough day for the tournament desk. So
we had
big hands clap to Dee Davison.
Yeah, we had a rain day in nationals when Dee was running it as well. But when you got 2,400 participants in that one.
Can't even imagine.
That was a tough one.
Oh, great anticipation from Maggie.
Teeing off on that ball from Padigamite. Vivian David paying the price for it.
And the Brashas certainly know. They got to watch the previous match with David and Padigamete that she's going to be looking for those speed ups. And possible strategy that they're going to try to implement is speed it up before they do, kind of catch them off guard.
Oh, Mitch is going down under the bleachers over there to try to get the ball out.
He got it.
Attaboy, Mitch.
Yeah, Mitch. 101.
I love Mitch.
Yeah, good drive by Mary and a good step in by Maggie. And there's Mitch.
Aw, shout out to Mitch.
Mitch is usually over running CC2 for us.
Yep, he got the day off, sort of.
Oh, Vivian couldn't drop the paddle in time.
Yep. Clipped the paddle ever so slightly.
301.
No, just wide, clipping the net, pushing that backhand cross court from Maggie Brasher 1.
302. Side out. 031.
Oh, Vivian clearly thinking Padigamete was going to make a move for that.
032.
Oh, a couple of really nice pickups so far. Again, just keeping it in play. And they finally get back out to the net. Took a long time to do so, but a little net clip there, popping off the visor of Maggie Brasha. Oh, yeah, Maggie's been anticipating super well. Just needs to keep that last shot a little more reined in.
0-3-1.
Mary getting on top of that shot. Nice angle down.
0-3-2.
Maggie's pushed it wide a couple of times.
I thought she was possibly going to pull that down the line.
She had the setup that she could have flicked that down, but David does an excellent job of anticipating that speed up down the line.
Still a little short after clipping the net on that serve.
3-1-1.
It's a better ball from Maggie, going that inside-out forehand cross-court. Didn't try to push it as much as she just added a little bit of top spin to it. Good combination there from the Brasha sisters.
All right, we're going to have a timeout here from David and Padigamite as they are now down 5-1. The brush is picking up a little bit of steam. I like the use of the timeout, not letting it get too far away. And again, in a match to 15, you don't have another game to make the adjustments. So it's got to be sort of now or never type mentality in these matches to 15. What, if anything, are you seeing on the David Padigamite side that might be an adjustment they could make?
Well, they're not as aggressive as what we saw down the stretch there from, against Coop and Stratman. They've pulled the trigger a couple of times, but not the best balls. I think right now they're allowing the Brasha sisters to control the tempo, to control the ball movement. I think, we've still got enough time that you can take a couple of chances. Speed a few balls up, see what we can do as far as attack and counterattack.
Mm-hmm.
I think, too, for Padigamite, and we saw it right there, Maggie doesn't hit as an aggressive cross-court dink as what we were seeing from Coop and Padigamite in there. So the change of speed's throwing her off a little bit as well.
Some phenomenal resets there from Mary Brasha. And they get the error from Padigamite, sending that one long. And they are looking to get the end change at 8 here. And they will indeed with a nice drive there from Mary Brasha. So another sort of built-in timeout as Vivian David and Lina Padigamite head to the far end of the court for the conclusion of this final feeder match into bronze. Again, Etta Wright and Susanna Barr in that bronze medal match, waiting for one of these teams before the winner heads to Championship Sunday.
So, Padigamate and David finding themselves in an identical situation as their last one. Down 8-1.
Yep, and they came back and won that, so certainly capable of making the adjustments they need to here. I think it's going to come down to whether or not the Brasha sisters, if they keep executing the way they're doing now, that will be super tough to combat. But if they start to show some errors, oof, I mean, yeah, it's just tough. Quick hands. Been anticipating really well this whole time.
911.
Good step in there from Maggie again. David trying to reset that one, but it just sat up.
10-1-1.
Ooh,
she almost got it back.
Yeah, good attempt there.
10-1-2.
Better spot there from David. Takes a little bit of pace off it, but adds some roll down to the feet of Mary Brasher.
1-10-1.
The ball getting a little too deep on Padigamate. Needs to take that one just a fraction earlier.
Diane Vieta, our lead referee for this match. Oh. All right, Padigamate coming out on top of that exchange.
Yeah, if I think you give Lena enough chances on the ball right there, she's going to come out on top. Weren't overly powerful balls coming back at her. Overcooks that one.
I'd like to see Padigamate try and drop a few more thirds versus drive them, just because she has had a couple of those errors sending them long.
Or even if she does drive, just take a little bit off of it.
Yeah, I mean, an adjustment or a bit of a drop situation, perhaps. Again, just...
Maggie does an excellent job, but she does an excellent job of staying super compact, keeps the paddle out in front. All it is just an opening of the hand. She's not taking a big backswing. Yeah, but see, there David goes one to the forehand, one to the backhand. On Maggie, she's not able to catch up to that backhand. The previous point where Maggie came out on top, it was all forehand side. Boom. Oh, nice pickup.
Oh, yeah, tough. I mean, after all that great defense, I would have liked to see Maggie just settle back in. Wait for the right moment, but obviously a fairly comfortable lead here.
Mary left that one up too high. Tough to try to keep him back once that ball gets below the net.
Good chance we'll see a timeout here from the Brashas if they give up possibly one more, especially if it's off an error. And there it will be.
Oh, look at you.
I know.
It's predicto.
It's almost like I've learned something doing this. Everyone, I mean, you say the same thing. Every once in a while, we know what we're talking about.
Yes.
It's rare, but it happens.
It's rare. Sometimes it leads right into what we're talking about. And you're like,
But definitely Maggie, I think, letting those errors kind of get to her a little, and she knows it. So good recognition from her.
Yeah, and you
just
saw,
needing to settle down.
You saw the body language there before she called the timeout.
And she can be pretty hard on herself. I think maybe even a little more so than Mary.
Uh-oh. Look out. Vivian David took the sweatshirt
Oh, no.
off.
That meant trouble last time.
That was trouble last time. She took it off when they were down 8-1. Came in, ripped a few balls, and then the momentum switched over.
And I mean, they are absolutely capable of doing so. So the Brashas, important timeout for them to come out here and show that they're still in control, able to keep these shots focused. Oh, gorgeous.
Very nice shot from Maggie Brasher.
Change up. And the thing that's interesting is Mary and Maggie have had a lot of success together. Obviously, they play women's very often together. They took a gold together, I believe, in Sacramento. Or possibly SoCal. One of the California tournaments. They all blend together at this point. I think Mary sometimes has gotten just a little bit more recognition because she's had success in singles as well. So I think she kind of maybe is the first people think of when they think of the Brashas, but I mean Maggie just so tough.
Unlucky.
Maggie is just such a phenomenal player. I think she just hasn't quite gained the limelight like Mary has in a couple of her sort of singles big showings, but I mean, do not sleep on Maggie Brasha. NML have learned that lesson many times.
Well, and her and Hayden Patrickland make a very good partnership in mixed doubles as well. But it's interesting. Maggie has the power. Mary has the touch, and they're both kind of feeding off each other's games as of late.
Really nice off-speed shot there from Brasha, high at the chest area of Padigamete, throws her off. Again, she has just anticipated these speed ups, especially from Padigamete, so well.
I don't really like that cross-court speed up there from Padigamete, especially. I mean, that's putting it into Maggie's powerhouse. Zhajing and Johnson played them earlier, losing the first one 13-11, and Georgia was doing the same thing. They weren't able to start to make a run until they changed up that cross-court speed up. So I think if Padigamete is going to speed up and continue with that speed up, and as she should, that's part of her game, she has to go more either down the line, because Mary sits a little bit more backhand as well, or go right into the body of Mary for those speed ups.
Let's see if they can make those adjustments coming out of the timeout here. Did she say 12 or 11? I mean, again, Patigamaite just leaving them just a touch too high, and every time Maggie's switching it up, she's going straight up at David and has caught her handful of times here. Oh, they mixed it up, but Patigamaite now on the right. I like the adjustment, give them a different look. Mary trying to be the supportive older sister, telling Maggie to shake it off. She's good. Again, I mean, the resets and being able to move it at the same time is so impressive. Oh my gosh. I mean, play like this deserves a stadium erupting after each of these. Sadly, the weather did not cooperate with that.
Barasha sisters holding on to their 7-point lead. Better job there from Patigamaite. Going cross body.
13-6-2.
Oh. Tough break. Yeah, I think the Barasha sisters, they really have success when they do kind of get into the slow dinking rallies, kind of waiting for the right moments.
Good balls there from Maggie. Good depth.
6-13-2.
Two errors from Patigamaite on that side with those dinks into the net.
13-6-1.
Just a great pickup there from Mary Brasha to keep him in that. And they are on a match point here to head to bronze. Ooh, probably going out.
Oh, yeah.
For that one, definitely going out. I'll have another shot at it, though.
14-6-2.
Oh, yeah, great spot there from Patigamaite. Mary Brasha kind of get caught in that transition zone. Put that a little bit behind her at that right foot.
6-14-1.
Missed it.
I like the move from Padigamaite, but just a little too outstretched.
Brasha maybe had a chance to attack that. Oh my goodness. Oh, we lost it. All right, into the stands.
Yeah, and that one's down in the man-made dam.
Exactly.
Stopping
Pretty
the
sure
water
there's a
coming,
river down there.
coming in under the bleachers.
All right, 2 more opportunities to close this out.
Oh, good point from both teams there. Defense from Padigamaite and David.
I'd almost like to see an offensive timeout here from the Brashas, because they're having a little trouble closing this out. Well,
oh, just poked at it.
yeah, if they get another side out, I'd like to maybe see them. Don't know if we will, but I think that could be a good option, since it's just reset and refocus on what they want to do.
That's that cross-court speed up there again from Padigamaite. Maggie's just sitting on that forehand.
7-14-2.
Really nice deep return there from Maggie Brasha.
All right.
All right.
Match point number 4.
Possibly 5.
14-7-1.
There it is.
And Padigamaite will give it to him with that block. Long but really nice fought match here. But it is the Brasha sisters who have completed the backdraw grind back into bronze. Our final match, which will just be a match to 15, as we have changed that due to the rain delay. But Susanna Barr and Etta Wright coming on court here to start their warm-up process. And then we're into that final match of our day right after this.
There was a time when I was young, my brothers were young, and we actually lived in just a small motel room for about 9 months, my brothers, my dad, and I. And it really taught us that you don't need a lot to be happy in life.
our final match about to be on deck, our women's bronze medal match. But before we get into that, we have, of course, to have our SUNMED recovery point of the day. It is from our previous matchup, Lina Pitigmete and Vivian David on the near end, Maggie and Mary Brasha on the far end. Some good dinking here. Oh, Maggie with the speed up. Vivian David backing up, but some good resets. Pitigmete getting in there with a pickup of her own. Mary Brasha trying to keep them pinned back. Another huge pickup. Can they get back to the net? Here they come, working their way up. Right back. Oh, right back into it. And off the net, off the visor, and out. That is our SUNMED recovery point of the day. But ultimately, it was the Brashas who came out on top of that match to make it through the back draw into bronze. This will just be a match to 15, however, due to our changed format after the rain delay. Susanna Barr and Etta Wright have been waiting for this matchup for quite a while since our winter bracket final that we saw earlier coming back after the rain delay. They're getting a few minutes of warm-up here, and that's the tough part about the rain delay is there's no other courts to warm up on because it has been raining the entire time, so they've just sort of been sitting. I'm sure they've been moving around a little, trying to at least stay active, do just what they can before they can get on court here. But could be the advantage certainly to the Brasha sisters who have played a couple matches already, come out on top of those. They are warm and ready to go, so certainly the pressure going to be on Etta Wright and Susanna Barr here, coming a little cold into this matchup. And when you only have a match to 15, it can be tough. You cannot start slow when you only have one match to get through because it can get away from you very quickly. So it's been a minute since we've seen Wright and Barr. What do you think we're going to see in this matchup, Chad?
Well, I think Barr struggled a little bit the couple of matches that we saw her play here on Championship Court today. I think she definitely has to try to come out with a rhythm. And like you were talking about, for her and Wright, after sitting for a while, it's a little bit more difficult. Wright has been playing relatively well. She has been kind of, the ball's been kept away from her for the most part and going at Susanna Barr. So I think Barr's going to be the X factor here for Barr and Wright. How well she can get into that rhythm and how quickly she can do it.
Yeah, you mentioned we saw them in the winter bracket final against Jarjim and Georgia Johnson, who are in Championship Sunday in that gold medal match. That score was 11-0, 11-4. So definitely Barr and Wright struggled a little bit in that matchup as well, trying to get into anything. So as you mentioned, agree with that. We'll see how quickly they can settle in here. Maggie in the pink, Mary in the black on the far end.
Better forehand there from Barr.
0-0-1. Second server. 0-0-2.
Yeah, Wright has had some really good speed ups and put away, especially on that backhand side. She's got a really nice one-handed backhand. But the Brashas, as we've seen, they've been resetting and blocking super well. So it'll be interesting to see if that loses a little bit of its effectiveness.
1-0-1. Second server.
Good power there from Bart. Little bit of luck with the net cord in the middle of that point.
Yes, you're good. 1-0-2.
All right, great spot there, right to that left outside foot of Maggie Brasha. Tough for her to try and pick that up.
0-1-1.
Oh. It's kind of what we've seen from Bar today. Not quite getting
0-1-2.
enough lift on her balls.
Really nice return.
Line out. 1-0-1.
Oh.
I think Mary left that for Maggie, and then she's like, uh-oh, Maggie's not there.
Actually, no, I actually think she thought it was going out, and then I heard her say, oh, way in. I loved that poach, though. I think Brasha Mary would have had that next shot if she wasn't letting it go because she thought it was going out. Oh, no, Bill.
Right in the chest. Excellent job by Maggie on that one.
2-0-2.
Good spot from Bar.
0-2-1.
A little too much lift.
Yeah, she was standing too tall on that one. Didn't use the legs, so then because she was upright, she pushed forward. It lifts up instead of going through.
Oh, nice pickup there from Mary. I mean, that was a great drop almost behind her, but she countered it with a really nice cross court angle. Definitely not a lot of power in these shots from Maggie, which is helping Bar and Wright keep it in play.
Oh, nice.
Oh, my goodness.
Nice pickup there from Maggie.
I mean, Wright and Bar, we saw this previous too. It just, they do such a great job on defense, keeping it in play, and then they'll end up sort of with, you know, the easy error. We see that a lot with a lot of teams.
Mm-hmm.
They get all the really tough shots back, and then once they get up to the net, sometimes miss that next dink. Ooh.
That sat on top of the net for a split second. Just peeked over and said, yeah, nah. Good ball there from Susanna Barr.
1-2-1.
I'm a little interested why Maggie switched that up and went to Wright, who was right up at the net while Barr was still back a little bit. I would have liked to see her try and keep her back off that line, and instead kind of floated it up a little bit to Wright, who was right there up at the net.
Tried to go for the
Oh yeah, just missing that.
person with the least reaction time, but mishit it. So then it just fed into that easier exchange. Yeah, that's good play from right there. Much more aggressive. She has done a very good job this weekend overall with her speed ups and her movement. Mary going for a little too much there. Weight back, hitting through it, lifting.
That was really funny. Mary said something to her. Maggie calls a timeout. And Mary gave her a look like, wait, no, we weren't going to call a timeout. And then she was like, all right, well, fine, I guess. Because Maggie was explaining why she thought they needed one. I don't mind it. Seems a little bit like Maggie's, they played so well in that last matchup. And it almost seems like there's been just a little bit of an energy dip from Maggie specifically. There's been a couple exchanges where she's seemed to sort of give up a little bit easier than we saw earlier. So I'm hoping she can still kind of stay engaged, keep that energy level up now that they're back into this match.
One thing that you mentioned was that those balls from Maggie didn't have a whole lot of pace on them. The Brasher sisters rely more on counterattack, on their opponents to generate the power for them, that then they can send it back. They do an excellent job of the counterattack.
Yes.
But the initial speed up, there's not a whole lot of power behind. So they look for more placement over power in that regard.
That's tough coming out of the timeout with that error.
6-2-1.
Bad footwork. Bad body positioning there from Maggie.
7-2-1.
Woo.
Big step in from right.
Yeah, in the previous match, Mary and Maggie weren't missing those. When the ball gets sped up to them, they were countering so well. They were resetting so well, and that's gotten shaken a little bit here in this match. So Bar and Wright obviously out in front 8-2 on the end change here in our bronze medal match. Looking for a rematch tomorrow on Championship Sunday. We'll see if they're going to get it. Certainly well on their way, unless the Brashas can focus up a little here. Just try and dig deep, see what they can do here in the final stages of our final match of the day.
Ladies ready? Ladies ready? All right, time in. 8-2-1.
All right, end change complete.
Second server.
Good point there. Nice get on the offensive lob by Barr.
9-2-2.
Ooh, okay, at a right. Ooh.
Oh my goodness. Mary turned this way, and I think her eyes almost got stuck with the eye roll she gave herself, speeding up down the line into Wright's backhand.
10-2-2. Side out. Two 10-1.
Yeah, the Brasher sisters definitely lost a lot of rhythm.
And that's pickleball for you. I mean,
Yep.
they literally just came off a phenomenal match, rolled right into this one, and yeah, they're playing certainly not quite at the level that they were at that one, and obviously Barr and Wright have really picked up their game from the last time we saw them. That's pickleball for you.
But don't give them too many opportunities to get some points, because they will make that quick comeback. Maggie's standing too tall on that one as well.
10-4-1. Point. 11-4-1. Timeout, receivers, 12-4-1. 1 minute.
All right, another timeout here for the Brashas, as they are trailing now 12-4. Haven't quite been able to recapture the magic of the last match. Definitely having a bit of a discussion. Mom coming over. Let's try and give some encouragement here. I mean, it's not over yet.
Nope.
There's always a comeback to be had, but certainly Wright and Barr playing very confidently,
15 seconds.
taking advantage of every opportunity that the Brashas are giving them. So
Yes. Ladies, you have both timeouts left. Ladies, you have used up both of yours in this match. All right.
we'll see
Time
how
in.
this
12-4-1.
finishes up.
Again, Maggie standing too tall. We see a little bit larger, loopy backswing. Doesn't quite get underneath that ball. Ends up making contact even with the body. And compounding errors.
Yeah, it's just tough, and I know Maggie is the type of player that can get kind of down on herself. I mean, everybody's different. They handle everything differently, so great pickup there.
Second server. 14-4-2.
Nice drop from Barr to end that one.
Yep, a little tough there for the Brasha sisters, but they are our bronze medalists here in Mesa, so still a good day for them. A bit probably of a disappointing finish here in this match. Probably hoping they could have come out on top and head to Championship Sunday, but Susanna Barr and Etta Wright will have themselves a rematch with Simone Jarjim and Georgia Johnson tomorrow on Championship Sunday. As I mentioned before, that kicks off at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. We will have our women's singles, men's doubles.
Men's singles.
Start over. Take two. Women's singles, men's singles, mixed doubles, men's doubles, and women's doubles to conclude our final day of coverage for our final tournament of 2022 here in Mesa. Again, send please warm and dry thoughts here to Mesa, Arizona. We do not need another day like today, but a big thank you again to the Legacy staff, Ryan Treffery and his crew that kept it even possible for us to continue play here today after that rain kind of crept onto center court here. So a big thank you to them. Big thank you to our USA Pickleball referees, of course, sticking around doing the tough and dirty work here in pickleball. Pickleball TV, our production crew. First of all, I would just like to point out how amazing my hat looks.
Your
right
hat
now.
does look very good.
I got distracted. I'm sorry. A big thank you to Pickleball TV, Spencer Laurent, Mitch DeVoe, who's over rocking the camera right now because he couldn't do CC2, but Ashley Merced and Sam West on the crew as well here this weekend. Steve Taylor rocking out those amazing pictures we have on social media. Big thank you, of course, to you, Chad.
Thank you.
Being here,
Looking forward
joining
to
us. Always,
being back
always a
tomorrow.
good time. Yes, so tomorrow we have, did I miss anybody? Did I miss anybody? Oh, Dee Davidson. We did give her a special shout out earlier, but Dee Davidson and, of course, the PT crew rocking the tournament desk and all the hard work that takes. I will head to the Franklin studio one final time with our ladies, and we will sign off for the day. But again, please plan to join us tomorrow for Championship Sunday, our gold medal matches and all of our pro brackets. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Mountain Time. I head to the Franklin studio, and we're back right after this. The APP SUNMED Mesa Open, brought to you by Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Scottsdale's entertainment destination. Rayon's Financial, intelligent and insightful financial solutions. And Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginner to pro. Welcome back one final time to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Susanna Barr and Edda Wright as they are heading to Championship Sunday and a rematch with Simone Jardim and Georgia Johnson. Of course, the big story of the day is the rain. A little tough, throws off the format. We saw you guys quite a while ago after the long break coming back in, and you know, a bit of a tough winter bracket final. Of course, didn't go quite your way, so now you had to sit a little bit longer coming into bronze. What did you guys do? What did you talk about before coming back into this match?
Mainly just to play our game, play more aggressively, look to kill the ball when we had the chance. And I think we executed on that, knowing that the Brashas are a really good team. So I think we're fortunate to get into the bracket final.
I mean, the Brashas had a couple matches already to warm up, were playing very well, and you were able to come in and sort of knock them out of their rhythm in that match, certainly playing much more confidently than in that winter bracket final. What do you think was the difference as you guys came back in from that previous match we saw you in?
I mean, we'd eaten some food and we warmed up for quite a while in the volleyball courts inside, so we came out a lot warmer than we did previously, and I think that made a big difference.
Heading into tomorrow, you have that rematch. Didn't go your way the first time. Have you already discussed, if you got back into that match, maybe some adjustments that need to be made as you go into that rematch with Jardim and Johnson?
Honestly, we haven't. We were just focusing on making sure we get ourselves to that match, and so I think we're going to talk about it after this.
All right, of course, you're done for the day, so you have that sort of break to go into tomorrow. What's going to be sort of the prep? Are you going to go back and watch maybe the previous match with them to see kind of what happened, or what's going to be the thought process since you have the night to recover and rest before going into tomorrow?
Well, I was actually supposed to go to a rave with Steve Taylor tonight, but I think since I'm in the gold medal match, I get out of it. So that's kind of exciting for me.
Where's Steve? Did we break the tough news? All right.
But no, we're going to go. We'll prep for tomorrow. That's our priority.
I mean, ask certain players, and a rave might be the perfect opportunity to prep and get ready for Championship Sunday. Maybe not you ladies, but, next time. But congratulations to the two of you. Hard fought into Championship Sunday. And, of course, we have the men's back draw to complete in the morning before we find out who is going to be into that Championship Sunday in the men's doubles. But plan to join us tomorrow, 10 a.m. Mountain Time. We kick off. And, of course, a big, big thank you to all of the fans at home that were watching. We love you guys. Thank you for sticking with us through a bit of a challenging day, but you guys make it possible for everything we do. So a big thank you, and hopefully plan to join us tomorrow. But until then, signing off from Mesa.